cruising down Lakeshore Drive in the Windy City to open the Champions Series Pickleball season. We're at Lifetime Chicago on the North Shore in Northbrook, Illinois. Gorgeous new facility hosts the opening event of the season. This is Champions Series Pickleball, formerly the NPL. We've got a great matchup to begin. Palm Beach Royals against Las Vegas Headliners. Looking at the Royals roster, Julie Johnson joins the Royals. Great to see Julie here in the league. She's going to be playing with Audra Spielberger. Very tough duo there. Marco Osorio is back for the Royals. And the quarterback, Hall of Famer Danny Werfel, joins the team. And here is a look at the headliner roster, a core of former Denver Iconic players coming over, including Chad Shane, Scott Fliegelman, Molly Carter, and they team up with local Vegas player Alex Simon, leading a very deep roster for the headliners. And welcome down to Championship Court here at North Shore Sport and Racket. Gorgeous facility. Over 114,000 square feet in this athletic club. Premier destination for pickleball in the Chicago area. And great to have you with us here on the YouTube channel for Champions Series Pickleball. Again, Vegas opening their season against the Palm Beach Royals. The Royals formerly the Boca Picklers, Boca Surge last year, the 2024 champs of the National Pickleball League, the Picklers. Of course, Coachella Valley, the defending champion, Scorpions, and the inaugural season champs, the Indy Drivers. Rick Witzkin back with the Drivers, where he belongs, I think. Excellent matchup to begin our season, with Audra Spielberger teaming up with Julie Johnson. For the headliners, it'll be Carter and Moser. Julie Johnson joins the league. Great to see Julie as part of the 50 and up Premier League here in Champions Series Pickleball. Of course, the mom and coach of two professional pickleball playing kids, JW, playing for the Dallas Flash of Major League Pickleball. Georgia Johnson, member of the New Jersey Fives. And Audra Spielberger, out of Memphis, played on the WTA Professional Tennis Tour, late 80s and into the 90s, reached a ranking of 72 in the world, playing in all 4 Grand Slams. She was formerly ranked number 1 in the nation in juniors, both in the 16s and the 18s. And she has been a solid performer in this league. Julie Johnson is there teaming up with Audra. Molly Carter, former top 50 junior tennis player in the nation. Played collegiately at Pacific. Trained alongside the Bryan brothers growing up, and a 2025 U.S. Open gold medalist in women's senior pro doubles. Teaming up with Keetri Bozer. 2 sport star Keetri. You see her height. Yes, she played hoops along with tennis at Bethel College in St. Paul. (102) headliners on the board first. And foot violation gives Vegas their second point. 2-0-2 with Moser serving. Overhead off of the tape by Johnson, set that up. Spielberger swats it away. And the Royals have a side out, looking to reach the scoreboard. Well, gorgeous ball movement there by Bozer, putting Spielberger out wide and then finding the middle. Keitri Bozer out of Eau Claire, Wisconsin, not far from here. There's Carter returning Spielberger's serve. Nice ball by Spielberger, right down at that outside foot of Molly. One, 2-2 with Spielberger serving. Upstairs for Bozer to attack. Takes advantage. And Vegas has the ball back up 2-1. I'm going to welcome in B-Leave, Brian Levine, member of the Palm Beach Royals team. Unfortunately, B-Leave out with an injury, but so happy you could join us here. Brian, great to see you.
Hey, thanks, Ari.
Hope you're feeling a little better.
Yeah, it's I've played my last softball game.
You did it playing softball?
Yeah, I hadn't played in about 2 years, and I intentionally don't play anything but pickleball anymore for injury risk, and they needed a guy who was convenient, and I played, and won't be doing that again.
Yeah, it became very inconvenient, didn't it? I mean, I thought you only played hockey on the side, or is that over as well?
Well, that stopped when I tore my shoulder about 6 years ago.
All right, Vegas up 3-1 early. Great defense there by Bozer, fighting off a nice attack from Julie Johnson. And Believe, first CEO of Major League Pickleball, and led that merger with the PPA, and currently serving on the board of their parent company, Pickleball Inc., as well as the board of Champions Series Pickleball. And you had so much to do with this kind of merger and affiliation. Give us a little background there, Brian.
Yeah, sure. I mean, a lot has changed since we were here a year ago. A season ago we were NPL. We are now Champions Series, and we have a deal with Major League Pickleball, which is happening at the same event, and we are now MLP Champions Series, which is very exciting. It's something obviously that's quite similar in other sports like golf and tennis, where the seniors are considered champions with the same branding. We've also added 40-plus teams and 60-plus teams. So this 50-plus team, this is our fourth season, 50-plus. 50-plus is called Premier. And we've added 40-plus teams, which is called Prime, and 60-plus, which is Masters. And it's very exciting. This is, I think, as the sport of pickleball has exploded in the professional game, this is, a pretty natural evolution, but it all happens really quickly. So, and another aspect too is what the Palm Beach Royals. This is our fourth season in the league, and our name has changed. We were the Boca Surge last year as a great ATP by Kitry. We were the Boca Picklers when we won the 2024 title 2 years ago. We were Boca Surge last year, and the Palm Beach Royals are actually the expansion team, $16 million new team in Major League Pickleball, and we essentially merged as well. So the owner, Rick Redemar, who's still an owner of the Royals, merged with Zach Hunter, who's the owner of the Palm Beach Royals. And so our team is the Palm Beach Royals champions, right? So this is our Palm Beach Royals premier team, and we have a Palm Beach Royals Prime and Masters team that will be playing Saturday and Sunday.
And what does that do for not only just stability to the 50 and up league, or gorgeous put away there by Johnson, but also the ability to market and promote?
Yeah.
Brian.
Well, it's a lot of things. I think for one, it really distinguishes it now as this is the premier league for the top senior pros. And a perfect example is the woman who just served, Julie Johnson, is a legend, probably one of the top legends in the game. Mother of JW in Georgia, and she's wins PPAs with Steve Deacon fairly regularly in the 50-plus, and this is her first time playing in this team league. And so, getting people like that, I think, is part of the brand of being, the elite league for seniors. So that's important. But, as we're learning with the Palm Beach Royals, there's tremendous synergies in having one brand, whether it's MLP for the league or whether it's the Palm Beach Royals, with sponsors. it's incredibly helpful. There's tremendous scale, whether you use that for social or sponsorship or anything else. It's a lot easier when you're vertically integrated across all these different teams. And the other thing I would say too, which is a really big deal, is to grow the sport from a team perspective, doing it locally is critical, right? So for the Palm Beach Royals, for the pro team, we've got incredible players, but with few exceptions, most of the players don't live locally, right? So they can't really promote it. Mm-hmm. So to give you an example, the Palm Beach Royals, we have Tyson McGuffin. Tyson's an incredible ambassador for the team, but he lives in Idaho, right? So how many events is he going to do locally? Not too many.
Right.
Most of our senior pros, the 12 players in our team, 9 of them are all Palm Beach or driving distance of Palm Beach, including Julie Johnson. And many of them are teaching pros, so they're actually pretty prominent in their community as well. Mark Milner, for example, is the teaching pro at Woodfield Country Club, which is one of the top country clubs in Boca Raton. Actually, the place where I first started playing in 2019. They had 8 courts back in 2019, pre-COVID. And Mark's the pro there, and he's a huge name in the community. And so that's very helpful to have him as part of the Royals brand. And fun fact as well, and this is rather wild, Mark Milner was introduced to pickleball from Tyson McGuffin.
That's right. Yeah.
Tyson McGuffin, Mark used to be Tyson's tennis instructor back in the state of Washington many years ago.
I think he worked with Tyson when he was 10.
Yeah, isn't that wild?
Yeah.
And so now they're both Palm Beach Royals.
And here, Vegas, one of the new entries this year in Champions Series Pickleball, up 5-3 early on Johnson and Spielberger. You mentioned Julie Johnson, a legend in pickleball. What are the other some of the new names that came over that you feel as a result of this affiliation with MLP?
Angela Simon is new. She's one of the top female players, and I think everyone's. I think the team concept is new for a lot of people, especially if you come from tennis. So I think that there are some players that they'll still do the individual tournaments around the country and have tremendous results, but they haven't played the team sport. So Angela is definitely one that's to look out for. We also have Karen Seguso, actually, on our team. Karen's new to the league as well. Karen was a really prominent tennis player back in the day, sister of Robert Seguso, who won a bunch of Grand Slams back in the day.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Sister-in-law of Carling Bassett Seguso.
Mm-hmm.
And she's playing for the first time.
The season got started a little later this year. How does that affect rhythm and maybe team camaraderie, Brian?
Yeah, it's a little bit later. Usually it's more like May, but we still have 5 events. It's about 1 per month, and it actually is going to end in November, which is also a later end. But a lot of it was, as part of the coordination of trying to work with MLP. We tried to get as many events as possible to be alongside MLP, because there's all sorts of synergies with doing that. So this is one. So obviously, MLP is playing. They're going to be playing a little bit later today, right here in the same venue. Our event in Dallas in 2 weeks also will be a combined event, and our playoffs event is also going to be in Dallas at UPA Worlds, which is an incredible facility at Brookhaven. That probably the largest event in the country. I think there were over 5,000 participators last year, and so that'll be an awesome venue for us to do our playoffs.
Such excitement coming into this year. And great start here on Championship Court. Johnson, Spielberger.
Yeah, it's good to see Julie and Audra play together. I don't think they've practiced very much together at all. Audra lives in Tennessee, so she doesn't have much of a chance. Nice, that's a great shot by Audra.
That is not an easy trigger right there. Finds the tee, the two-hander.
Yeah, Audra actually is a Floridian. She just moved to Destin, but Destin's quite far from Palm Beach. Wow, that was a great dig by Audra a few shots ago, and then finished it.
Royals on their front foot, attacking. How long do you think it'll take these two to get comfortable? They're both such pros.
Yeah, I don't. Not very long at all. I mean, Julie's been playing, must play hours of pickleball every day for years. Interestingly, it's a great lob. Oh, it's nice.
Drops just wide, so an Ernie from Julie.
You'll also see Julie, the third shot lob. When I play with people, I usually don't allow people to hit too many third shot lobs. She's the one exception. She is so good, and the deception she has on it is outstanding. That's a great one.
Yeah, that two-hander out of the air, one of the best in the business from Spielberger. You talk about the deception from Julie Johnson. Why is it so difficult to read her shots?
I mean, for Julie, she works at it. I mean, because she's been, she's one of the best coaches out there. Obviously trained, JW in Georgia, and she was the coach of the Dallas Flash when they won MLP in 2024. Right, so she knows as much about the game as anybody, and the deception at this level is incredible, right? Largely because, certainly the top players at the senior pro level, it's really about anticipation. It isn't as much about the reaction time. It's like reading the body language. And if you look at, Jaime Jansson's is such a great example of that. If you watch him in slow motion, when he gets attacked, he's moving before contact, before the opponent contacts it, because he can read the body and he's getting there before, and that saves you, the critical milliseconds to get to those spots.
And when you say moving, are you not meaning just paddle, not just paddle hand? You're talking about feet as well.
Both. Yeah, he might slide. He might slide into he wants a backhand counter, so he's moving his feet, but he's also moving his paddle. And when you only have 14 feet to react, kitchen to kitchen, anything you could save is critical. And Julie's really good at hiding that deception. And that's why that third shot lob could be great.
Good idea by JJ. Just missed it, though. Tried to split the defense. So it was Vegas early, and it looks like the Royals have found their form up 3 now. 6-9 a chance here for Vegas, though, to climb back in on first serve, but they give that away. Solid defense there from the headliners. They're back within 2.
I like the name Headliners.
Is that a Daniel Gold tagging?
I don't know who came up with that, but yeah, I like Scorpions were already taken, but Scorpions are perfect for Vegas, right? You got the desert and
no question.
It's a pickleball shot.
Yeah,
it's a perfect name.
Well, Headliners is fitting, no question. I mentioned Daniel Gold. He is general manager of this Vegas team and player, of course, formerly with the Boca squad at the NPL.
Year 1.
Yeah. Oh, what an angle there, the two-hander from Spielberger.
Yeah, her drops are insane. I mean, we've been talking a lot about Julie. Audra's no slouch herself. She was formerly 72 in the world in tennis. Spent, I think, 7 or 8 years on the pro tour under her maiden name, Audra Keller.
Keller played in all 4 Grand Slams. A big yeah from Julie Johnson. Welcome to Champions Series Pickleball. Julie Johnson, Mark Milner out to high five his team as they come back to the sideline. 11-7 Palm Beach. Looking strong. Game 2, Palm Beach Royals, Las Vegas headliners. Strong start for Vegas, but it was the Royals storming back. You knew it was just a matter of time before Johnson and Spielberger caught the rhythm. Take game 1, 11-7. Now that's some quick power by Spielberger.
I mean, it's hard to hit a shot like that from below the tape line, right above that spot.
Now there's that new connection between these two. A little tentative there on who was taking that middle ball.
Yeah, they both have forehands in the middle, so without the, it could be confusing. You haven't played too long who gets those middle balls.
Some difficulty there in speeding that low ball up. So Vegas up 2-0 as they jumped out in game 1. Bad break for Boser. Side out Royals with your gorgeous new uniforms. I know you're a big fan of the gear, believe.
Oh, yeah. We care very much about the brand. It's West Palm and stylish. Everything has to be. We spent a lot of time making sure that we have the right shade of green for our bottoms. That's very important, of course. Our owners, Zach Hunter and Taylor Meyer, would appreciate that.
Palm Beach looking to hit the scoreboard here in game 2 on the second serve to Spielberger. Boser connects down the line for the side out. Have you detected some adjustments here by Las Vegas early, believe, here in game 2?
A little bit. Looks like Vegas is playing slower and softer.
Now that could be a challenge for Molly Carter. She likes to pedal the metal, doesn't she?
Yeah, sometimes you got to adjust to your opponents.
Instant side out for the Royal. That ball hangs up for the southpaw Johnson.
Yeah, there's not a lot of time to adjust, in 3 games, especially if you haven't played each other before. And I'm sure, I think most of the people here probably haven't played each other very much, certainly I don't think Julie probably hasn't played Molly and Kitchery. They're relatively new. Kitchery just, I think, graduated to senior last year. She was one of the top newcomers of the year in the league. And I think that was the case for Molly 2 years ago. And I don't think they play PPA, so it's entirely possible they've never played Julie before, despite the fact that Julie's probably played 1,000 plus pro-level matches. So you're in one of these games, you could be playing, for 30 minutes. If what isn't working in the first game, you just may have to radically change and see, sample different strategies. And there comes another it's the third shot lob from Julie again.
And that drifts long, nice exceptional point.
Yeah, some great defense from Vegas
so far.
Yeah.
Julie, you talk about her efficiency on that lob. It almost gets some inside-out spin on it as well, drifting away from her opponent. So Vegas has their side out, but it's 3 points consecutively for the Royals. Take their first lead here in game 2. Now looking at your roster, you believe you said you're injured, you're out. You've had other injuries. I think you said Susie LeBlanc, and so trying to fill in some holes here early.
Yep, it's always a challenge. It's a lot of injuries at this age. We have 3. We have 3 subs of our 12 players this time. It happens. We actually pulled a couple of players from our 60-plus team, which is actually one of the neat things with the new format this year. Because they're at the event anyway, and it creates some continuity. Ross Weinberg is going to be playing shortly. He's on our 60-plus team. He's subbing for me.
There's a great example of the 2 forehands in the middle. It's Vegas tried to find a weakness down that center line, Brian, and there was just nothing there.
Nope, that's not the place. Yeah, they tried to get the Julie's backhand, but Julie's backhand volley is actually quite strong as well. Probably stronger than the forehand. And she's got that flamingo style. She lifts her back leg and leans over into it.
Yeah.
Cuts a little space out of the kitchen on the volley as well.
Yeah, it really does, and it comes up on you quicker than you think. And there's a nice forehand drive, too, to the outstretched backhand by Carter. Gorgeous defense, fighting it off for a winner in the corner, Petrie Bozer. Side out Vegas, needing this second game to keep their hopes alive in the match. A team battle between Palm Beach Royals, Las Vegas headliners.
There's that backhand.
Well, you called it, believe. Johnson uses that backhand stab volley. That quickness, her ability to hit it well out front, the way she leans into it. A really savvy shot there, Brian.
It's a lot of savviness you'll find with the Champions players. You got to find an edge.
Wisdom, savviness.
Yeah. You'll see more lobs. You'll see more, lobs and drops and moving people around.
quite the power and speed.
Look at that. That's the third shot.
Gorgeous
right
shot.
on the baseline.
Great get by Carter, but Orioles had him scrambling. The other wing of the building here at North Shore, Lifetime North Shore Sport Racket in Northbrook, Illinois, is they'll use a little more power and speed, those younger athletes of Major League Pickleball.
Another interesting change there, too, is we're using the Lifetime ball, which tends to be a faster ball. So we're not just in the Lifetime facility, but the Lifetime ball, which is the official ball of Major League Pickleball as well, tends to be a faster ball. It's, I think, by far the best ball, and it's not even has nothing to do with the speed. It has to do with the consistency. A lot of other balls can break down after just a game or two, so it changes the reliability. Technically, they'll even, some of the balls that we test through PPL and through after a game or two, the ball could be 10 to 20% slower than it was when it was fresh. And Lifetime, it's dramatically different. The ball could last for weeks, really. Hardly ever crack, and I know I sound like a shill for Lifetime, but it's all I use as well, even despite its use in the league.
No, I think that's you're included in a large group. A lot of the feedback I've heard, the players are very excited about that aspect, having a Lifetime ball.
Yeah, it does play faster, so if there are players that don't like a fast game, they may not like it, but there's no doubt that it is consistent and lasts a long time.
Well, that's tough. Not an easy delivery by Spielberger on the move, leaning wide, still able to connect with the two-hand winner. She's just so solid, isn't she, Brian?
Yeah, the consistency. She hits hard balls that so consistently go an inch or two over the net is remarkable to me. Even from below the tape line, she could put it in that same spot with pace.
I guess not a surprise. You're number one junior in the nation, and 16s and 18s coming up. And then, of course, the pro tennis career as well.
That's a great finish.
Julie Johnson, clever. Talk about the ability to manufacture points.
Yeah, I mean that's just one where sometimes you forget you're playing a lefty, right? Like instinctively you get a certain ball and you're like, okay, I've got a little gap, and I get on their backhand, and oops, it's not their backhand.
So timeout, Las Vegas. The headliners. You look at this over the rosters and the matchups coming up between these two teams, and particularly with Palm Beach. A little short-handed, including the man next to me, Brian Levine, out injured. Is this one you feel you got to get with Julie and Audra up top?
I think so. I mean, I think we happen to be a pretty deep team. If you look at the 16 different teams, everyone's got, some are top-heavy, some are bottom-heavy, some, are stronger in the middle. I think we're a back-heavy team, so we just have a good floor. But yes, it'd be great to get this. I think. From a duper perspective, we don't really have a 1B male or female traditionally. So, and you'll see that in the next match. Marco is playing with Danny Werfel, and Danny's great and incredibly clutch, but he typically played the second line last year with Denver.
Yeah, and explain that difference this year with the duper pairings.
Yeah, so that's a really interesting change that I'm a huge fan of. That's a great shot. Last year, because we have 12 players, you have 3 gender lines and 6 mixed lines. And, there are multiple issues with the way it was last year was that you'd have 3 pods. So if you were put in pod, oh my God, another great third shot lob. That's just, they didn't even move. You'd have 3 pods, and you had to play both gender and mixed in that pod. So that constricted people in terms of who they'd like to play with, because it could be that Audra and Julie are, if they're in pod 1, they like to play with each other. But if they don't want to play with the men in pod 1, Julie may naturally play with a man who's in pod 2. They couldn't play together last year. Now you've got complete flexibility to do that. So you'll actually find that we're going to be playing. Alka Strapoli is playing with Marco Astorio. She's playing on a lower pod in women's, but she's playing first line in mixed. But
all right, there you go. Royals wrap that up in 2, 11-7, 11-4. Didn't take long for this tandem to start to roll. Julie Johnson, Anja Spielberger, they will be a tough out in any match, those two. And we'll get a chance to visit with them coming up shortly from Lifetime North Shore. And here they are, the winning side, Palm Beach Royals, a beautiful new gear. Julie Johnson, I know that everybody's been recruiting you for years. How did we finally land?
Well, Brian's pretty persuasive, and no, they were really good to me, and I said I can play the ones where my kids are going to be playing MLP, so I'll be happy to join you guys. So hopefully we finish this morning, and I get to run next door and watch JW.
All right. Watch as a mom, coach, do it all.
It's all good.
And you're fortunate enough to get to come and get to play with Audra Spielberger, one of the best in the business, and in our league, of course. And Audra, what's it like having Julie on your side?
Oh,
now?
my God. I love her. I love her. She's never leaving now. We had so much fun out there. And, you know, this is our first time playing together. I feel like we've been playing for years together. It felt really good out there.
So that was the first time. Brian said, not sure how many times they've played together. So the answer is never.
That was our first time.
Mm-hmm. Is that why
we
it
got
took
to practice
like
some
2 or
yesterday.
3 points to get it going?
It took Audra saying, "Can you please get your giant size 10 feet out of the kitchen?" And then I was like, "Okay, sorry."
So communication just kind of developed a little bit of a slower start.
Ari,
and then
she's
took
easy.
Off.
She's easy. Yeah.
Oh, don't say that, Julie.
Oh, I'm sorry. Easy to play with.
My husband's over there. Don't say that.
We're not on air or anything. Nothing to worry about. Talk about, and then we'll get to the next match, but the NPL now being affiliated with the MLP. What's the reaction for the players? And I know we got Julie Johnson as part of that. But what's the feedback that you've been hearing?
Oh, well, we're so excited. We're very. I feel like we're very blessed to be a part of NLP because it is so awesome, and for us to just be a little snippet of them, it's so gratifying, and we're ready to go, ready to show that we can play a little bit of pickleball too.
Yeah, you look pretty formidable out there. Watch out, Champion Series League for these two. We'll see you again in mix. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we are back here for match 2, Palm Beach Royals and the Las Vegas Headliners. We have the men's line 1. I am Brian Levine, and Ari will be here in just a second. Palm Beach Royals have Danny Werfel and Marco Osorio going against Scott Fliegelman and Alex Simon. Some great defense there from Alex Simon. Fends off, gets the early side out. Scott Fliegelman is the all-time wins leader in Champions Series history. He's played all 3 seasons. This is the 4th. Has a 90-44 record. He actually has the most wins and the highest winning percentage in league history, serving now. You're going to see Alex pounding a lot of those balls from the baseline. That was a great finish by Danny. Very long arms. It's going to be hard to get dinks down in front of him. Danny Werfel, as many know, was the 1996 Heisman Trophy winner, won the first national championship for the University of Florida. This is his 3rd season in NPL. Great finish by Marco. Danny actually got in a little late last night because he was at SEC Media Days in Alabama for the Werfel Trophy. They announced the finalists for the upcoming 26th season. It's a good pass by Alex. For those who don't know, the Werfel Trophy goes to the most outstanding, really, college football player, primarily based on community service, but all sorts of characteristics named after Danny Werfel, who is one of the most famous and high-quality players to ever play college football. Marco left that up, and Scott finishes. Scott was in that scorpion stance, as he often does. Personally very excited in this match. I want to see how Danny and Marco do together. Danny's new to the team. Marco played with us last year. But they're a very interesting combination.
Yeah, there's going to be some shots fired in this match, isn't there? Particularly with Simon out there, Alex Simon.
Yeah, we've got on the Palm Beach Royal side, I mean, Marco is as quick as can be. He was a former pro tennis player, actually represented the Davis Cup for Mexico for many years. Was actually the shortest player on tour. And as he says, Roger Federer gave him the nickname Le Petit for, and Marco actually beat him once in his career.
He beat him.
There's not a lot of people that did that.
That can claim that. I beat Roger Federer.
Yep. But Marco is super powerful, super quick. Danny can just do everything. He's just very cerebral, has a lot of different deception in his game, so seeing them together is going to be interesting. And fascinated for Vegas, too. As I mentioned before, Scott Fliegelman is the winningest player in the history of Champions Series at 90-44. Scott's also on my Maccabi USA team, and we played a couple of tournaments together. And Alex Simon and I actually played together last summer at the Sun Valley Invitational on Michael Pernforce's team.
Pernforce is another terrific senior player.
Yep, he's actually, I think, the top duper of anyone 60 plus.
Yeah, you mentioned that Fleet's record, 90-44, and all Pod 1A as well.
That's the most impressive part, right? He was playing against the top competition. You could do that down in Pod 3 and just be playing down, but Scott's done that against the best competition. another great storyline here is, Scott and Danny were teammates the last 2 years in Denver.
That's
and they
right.
actually played a lot of matches together. Scott's also based in Boulder, Colorado. Danny spends a lot of his summer in Colorado, so they play a lot over the summers as well, so they know each other extremely well. I think Alex is relatively new to Danny and Marco. Alex likes to hit it real hard. Also, Alex is based in Vegas, so he's a local. Sticking with the theme I mentioned before about being able on your seniors to collect a lot of players who are local and can promote your team and just be a great local ambassador.
How do you like the tank top version, the sleeveless?
Oh, I love it.
Simon and Fliegelman.
I'm
If anybody could pull it off, those two guys, right?
Yeah.
Kind of rugged.
I'll be the only one on my team that goes sleeveless.
Yeah.
My mixed partner, Susie, doesn't let me play with it with her because she doesn't like it that much.
She wants to fully dress you, long sleeves.
I think it offends her, but it gives me the freedom. I don't like my arms being constrained. You know how that is, Ari.
Well, you got guns like you, believe it. You got to let those guys go.
It's tough. There's that deception from Danny.
Speed up.
That's
Roll
nice.
full.
So Danny, I mentioned the deception. That lob he just hit over Alex's head. You do not see that very often. I mean, they were just dinking straight ahead, and he just went straight up over his head, which I think took Alex by surprise. Got advantage on the point.
Yeah, he's a pretty decent athlete, isn't he, Werfel?
It's not bad.
Hall of Fame. Gator quarterback. Foot fault on Osorio. We'll talk about the quarterback. NFL 7 years. Saints, Packers played here for the Chicago Bears for a bit. We're in the Chicago area. And also the Redskins. This looks like the quarterback-running back tandem, doesn't it? The speed of Osorio behind Mr. QB.
No, it certainly does. They're in the I formation there.
Bad break there for Fleegs. Almost kept it in. Misdirection. Simon was ready for it. The backhand. Good reflexes by Alex. Alex Simon, interesting story. A Brazilian, played his tennis at University of Hawaii. He's the only person to cross the entire U.S. on a stand-up electric scooter. Nice attack from Osorio. That took 29 days from Boston to Newport, Oregon.
That's pretty impressive.
Right?
How many hours a day are you doing that for?
29 days.
Did he do that for charity? Or did he do that because he couldn't get a flight or something?
Are you saying he may be traveling to these events on his scooter?
I mean, might could be a cheap way to travel. Free charging on the way.
4-4-1. We've got a good one here. Nice deep return, and it causes a miss. And Fliegelman put it right in front of the baseline with a heavy spin.
I see over on the third court, we're playing 3 courts at a time in this matchup between Palm Beach and Vegas. Palm Beach, the third line ladies 1 in 3. Karen Seguso and Alka Strapoli beat Marcella Truxell and Chris Young in 3. They came back 3-11, 11-5, 11-3. So Karen and Alka kind of figured out something there. So it's 2-0 right now in this battle to be the first to get to 7 matches between Palm Beach and Vegas.
Oh, yeah. So the Seguso, Strapoli, they wrap it up. You talk about the depth, particularly on that ladies' side. Really looks impressive.
Yeah, and the second pod of females are still playing in the third game.
And then 8-3.
It's Dion Lim and Spencer Mormon from Vegas are leading our Royals with Lisa Parisi and Nancy Henderson. It's now 9-3 in the third. Wow. How's that counter with confidence from Danny Werfel? He's been hit harder than that before.
That's right. Nothing's going to...
Nothing's going to intimidate him.
Yeah.
Not a wiffle ball.
No. Back to our court here.
Is that good?
Osorio. A remarkable stop. Talk about his victory over Roger Federer. Also beat Guga Kerton. The Bryan brothers in doubles. Oh, Fliegelman. It won't be the last time this weekend he'll hit the court, but bit of an awkward spill there as he checks that right wrist.
Yeah, Scott keeps himself in tremendous condition. I think he's working on, I don't know if it's an Ironman, but something. He's done all those things. He gets into different trends every couple of years, but he's training for something that I couldn't even fathom doing.
Triathlete, Fliegelman. There's with the lob, left-handed. Werfel.
That's a nice point.
Nice firefight won by Simon. Yeah, Fliegelman, he competed as a pro snowboarder and raced an elite age group triathlete.
Wow, that's a great cover. That was nice.
Osorio gives a high five over to B-Leave over here, his teammate. That's the scramble.
You know what that is actually? You know why he's doing that? Marco and I played a match last year against Jaime Janssens, and we won the first, and I think they won the second. And what they started doing, they kept dropping to Marco's backhand, and I kept waiting for him to Ernie. And between a break, I said, I'm like, you got to Ernie those balls. Like, they're right there. He goes, what's an Ernie? Marco didn't know. Like, he's still pretty new to the game.
That's right.
So, we didn't fix it then, but in the offseason, he's worked on his Ernie, and that's what he just did. So he just gave me a fist bump to show that he's figured it out.
It looks like he's got it. Oh,
wow.
ATP Werfel.
All the trick shots are coming out right now. ATP, Ernie. Yeah, so for those that don't know the Ernie, and I guess you got to assume that some people don't, you can jump the corner. If there's a high ball hit to your sideline, you can jump the corner as long as your feet don't touch the kitchen on the jump, and obviously have a much shorter shot to finish it. And the ATP obviously is just in around the post that Danny got, and he got a very wide shot, gave him an angle.
Side out Las Vegas with the Royals leading by 3 here in game 1.
Yeah, it looks like over in court 2, Vegas just pulled that one out in 3 with Dion Lim and Spencer Mormon winning 11-3 in the third.
A
Gets
win
it to
for the headliners.
For the headliners, makes it 2-1 Palm Beach through the women's matches.
Yeah, great job with the coverage by Laurent Media Productions. We've got Spencer Laurent along with Nick Rempel. Providing the coverage throughout Lifetime North Shore here in our opening event, Champions Series Pickleball. Simon couldn't get out of the way. Osorio apologizes.
It's interesting that that Palm Beach didn't stack. They've been stacking Marco to the left. I'm not sure, maybe it was just to mix it up, but they had Danny on the left in that point. So it looks like they're stacking again, Marco to the left.
Royals by 3 on first serve. Simon teed that one up and struck it just deep as Alex had another look with the official. So it should be 10-6-1.
Funny, Danny looks like he's in the I formation. And it could be. What they might be doing, they want Marco to get, wow, that's a winner.
Clean winner, struck by Osorio.
Yeah,
Commanding.
I'm going to get some clarity on that before game 2, but I think that they're actually moving so that Marco gets the third, and they may be swapping out where Danny may be doing like a wheel to get to the left so that Marco gets the third. And it also confuses the opponent because they're probably trying to hit their return stuff. Yeah,
so that strategy working for Palm Beach. They take game 1, 11-6. This is Champions Series Pickleball, Premier Division. Las Vegas, the headliners. Opening season here with Champions Series. They've got some work to do. They trail in the team battle 2-1 to the Palm Beach Royals. Danny Werfel and Marco Osorio winning the first 11-6. Good little punch, backhand volley from Simon. Osorio talked about his pro tennis prowess. Mexican Davis Cup player. ATP victories over Federer, Quarton, Bryan brothers. He's also a paddle professional, was top 4 in Mexico. No surprise he's got a big soccer background too, believe, the way he can move around.
Yeah, he said when he was young, he actually had an ability to play junior soccer or maybe football in Mexico and converted over to tennis. Obviously an incredible athlete. You could see it. I mean, you could see the quickness that he has, and you know, he hits shots you just don't see at almost any age, particularly 50 plus. Just explosive.
Yeah, dynamic.
Yeah, so the thing I was mentioning before is that what Danny might be doing sometimes is he's standing in the middle on those thirds. You know, Marco's drive is outstanding, and he tries to get to it as often as possible, and if the other team's trying to avoid it, they could return wide to Danny. Danny's putting himself in a position where if he wants to, he can kind of do a wheel around to the left and let Marco take the right and stay on the right, because that's one of the hard things when Marco goes to the right to take a drive. If Danny's on his right, it leaves Marco's left side open and exposed. And it's something that I've done a little with Marco before as well, because you want Marco hitting as many balls as possible. And that's why. Sets that up for Danny to put away.
So Vegas trying to keep it away from that explosiveness of Osorio.
That was a great spot on Scott. So he's what Scott just did, and Scott's one of the most cerebral players you'll find. You know, he sees Marco's crashing across to the middle, and so Scott just takes it right back to his back hip, where it's very hard for Marco to get back away from the direction that he's running towards. Wow.
We're full with that length reaching into the kitchen.
And deception. And you see Fliegelman, as I mentioned earlier, he's one of those players that anticipates, so he's reading body language before the ball's hit, and Danny's got great deception. So you'd see Scott's a little confused about where to be on that ball.
Frustration there. Set up perfectly for Vegas. Team battle here at 2-1 Palm Beach. Vegas may have caught a break there.
Yeah, it's sometimes it's hard to adjust to a mishit, but Scott stayed with it.
Checking the score here to confirm. Will be Simon serving at 0-1. Points at a premium here, game two. And there's one for the headliners. Seeing a ton of pace in this match, B-Lee.
Yeah, Alex will drive anything that's I'd almost say anything that's above the knees, but that doesn't matter. He's gonna try to pound it. He's got a great drive. As I said before, I played with him last summer, partnered with him at the Sun Valley Invitational, and I would just let him take those thirds and just try to crash across. Marco too. Just it actually, they mirror each other very well. I mean, both these teams. Marco and Simon can really bang the ball, and I think Scott and Danny are incredibly cerebral. Could do a lot of anything, but they're great pairs for the partners they're with.
That ball just caught the center line as Fleegs has a second look.
Yeah, and that's Danny moving his serves around. That's being cerebral there. I mean, he's generally trying to hit backhands and on the serves, and there he went down the line for Scott. Wasn't anticipating it. Was a little late to get there, but nice finish there from Scott.
One, two in the second. 11-6 in the first for the Royals.
Yeah, I mean, Danny there. I mean, none of those shots seem fancy. Certainly not the lob, but he's putting them in all the right spots. He's targeting the guy who's further back, keeping it at their feet, not letting him come in, and just giving them a difficult approach shot and then they're just not getting in, and he just wins the point.
Precision from the former NFL quarterback. Different speeds, different placements. 2-1-1.
That's a great.
And a clean winner right down Rush Street here in Chicago, splitting the headliner defense.
Yeah, Scott was jumping the line. I don't know if he thought he was going to hit a drop down the line. He was going to earn it, but Danny put that in just the right spot between the two of them.
You sense a little frustration for the Vegas side, and if you do, what can they do about it to rectify?
We could do that. You could pound the ball at the feet.
That always helps.
That works against anyone. Danny's wearing his signature lens-free glasses, which some of us have done over the years. They're actually, they're just basically cheap sunglasses with the lenses popped out, which it helps you with the seeing, because if you sweat a lot, it can get on your lenses. But for a pickleball, which is only 1 ounce, you don't need that much protection. You just need a frame to make sure it doesn't catch you in the eye, which is a major risk on the court.
We'll see more and more of that.
Wow.
Oh.
How's that for fancy?
Guides that inside out roll away from Fliegelman. Great hands from Werfel. Simon tried to scoop that over. Got it a little late.
Yeah, it's tough. You know, if Alex is hitting that drive, you really should try to get more cross court, because then you can get Scott on the poach. There he goes straight ahead. Danny's just going to punch it back at him, and he's got to hit a couple more shots before he gets in. So Alex hits it so hard, it's hard for him to advance on it. It's a nice firefight.
Great exchange there. Some rapid fire, Simon and Osorio. That's the ball that Osorio wants,
Oh, yeah.
right?
Yep. That's it. He hits that as hard as anyone. That's a great finish. Yeah, and Danny's really trying to hit. You're going to see most, when Danny's taking his thirds, most are going to be drops and they're going to be cross court. It gives Marco a chance to get in, and it keeps the ball in front of Marco, which makes it very difficult for the opponent to hit that fourth and avoid Marco's quickness. I love how Fliegelman just hits that so smoothly. Will just hit that fourth in transition. You know, like he's fielding a drive on the run, and he's still taking a swing, and so comfortably places that in stride.
Yeah, that one got deep on him. But he does have that gift, right, in transition.
Yeah, it's just so smooth. I mean, doesn't play singles anymore, but was someone who I just despise playing against.
Ernie there. And opening the court, Osorio. Outstanding stuff from the Royals. Right side of the court, wide open for Marco. When we talk about Fliegelman's success, he was known as a singles guy.
Yep.
And here he comes with the best record in doubles in NPL history. Five, 1, 2.
There's that lob again. Wow.
How about that from Werfel?
That was great. Scott went down for the scorpion,
Yeah.
and I think he probably regretted making contact with that.
And now he's going to call a timeout. Palm Beach 6-1 here in the second after an 11-6 first game victory.
It's funny, Danny's game, I mean, we were talking before, we saw Julie Johnson in the last game. They're such similar players, like super cerebral. You're going to see a lot of those, you know, misdirections and third shot lobs and a lot straight ahead lobs, like we just saw Danny do a couple of times already this match. And when you pair them with, you know, great power players like Marco and Audra, it's a great combination.
So we'll see if the headliners can answer here. Really struggling to put points up on the scoreboard.
You just mentioned before, you know, Danny's living in Atlanta. He was just in SEC Media Days yesterday, representing both for the Werfel Trophy, and he still represents University of Florida. He's super involved with the program and was very publicly involved with the coaching search, which resulted in the new football coach, John Summerall, that was hired a few months ago. Very active still on campus.
Now you're also pretty involved there, aren't you? The board of Florida Gator Athletic Association.
I am.
Chair of the UF Sports Analytics Lab.
Yeah, that's for people who like sports and are geeks.
That's the only qualifications you need.
Mostly. Yeah, no, it's actually interesting. It's we've got about 30, 40 students at the University of Florida that enjoy sports analytics, and we have a couple of great faculty members, and they actually work on projects directly with the Florida Gators sports teams. The most interesting one has been with the basketball team. And with the basketball team, Todd Golding, as many people know, the Gators won the national title 2 years ago. Yep. He's a young coach and very progressive, very analytics friendly, and they are very engaged with our students, working on things, you know, whether it's game strategy or player development or analyzing certain skills and practices or scouting, player tracking with cameras. There's a lot of really neat stuff they do that happens at the pro level that just isn't as common at the college level, but certainly is as the college game, as you know, is becoming much more professionalized via NIL and players getting paid and all those sorts of things. So it's been a pretty cool program that we started a few years ago.
Big time success in that program, as you mentioned, the national championship 2 years ago. I believe Sweet 16 this year, and in basketball.
And preseason number 1.
Yeah.
Wow, that's nice. So it's a nice soft point by everyone, and then another lob from Danny to mix it up. And Palm Beach wins that one.
You don't see too many lobs in the men's game, as you mentioned. Werfel has it in his arsenal.
Yeah, I actually used to joke about Danny. If you ever watched Danny play when he played college football, he never had the strongest arm, and it was actually one of the impediments on the pros. But in college football, one of the best quarterbacks to ever play the game, not just in terms of record, but statistically. And he was famous for his accuracy and just hitting spots 35 yards downfield in the perfect spot with loft. And he does it in pickleball.
There it is again,
right on cue.
Flegelman battles back to take that, and you mentioned he led the NCAA in touchdown passes both in 95 and 96 under head coach Steve Spurrier.
And actually, when he in 96, he won the Heisman, won the first national title in Florida Gator history, and when he left Florida, he actually was the NCAA all-time leader in passing efficiency.
That's remarkable.
And you know, when he first got to campus, he was competing with another quarterback named Terry Dean, who was, you know, I think had a stronger arm, and it just, you know, it took a little while before he actually became the clear starter, because he's just so accurate and so cerebral, and you see it on the pickleball court, you know, with those lobs.
And the leadership skills so important, particularly at that quarterback position.
Well, when you have a college football's trophy for leadership and community service is named after you, it's a pretty good sign that you're it's a strength.
Has he immediately become the leader of your team?
You know, I think we do have a lot of leaders. It's hard to say because, you know, with 12 players, you've got a lot of, you know, you're playing with a few different teams. And you know, Danny's more of like a quiet leader. Like I'd almost say like he's going to be, you know, he'll give his advice on what to do. And he's just, his real advantage is like he's just such a great teammate. He's such a great partner. He's just doesn't have a negative thing to say. And, you know, it makes it just easy to play with him. I've played a bunch of tournaments with him as well. And you could be playing the worst game of your life. You would never know from his body language. Wow.
Nice save, but Fleegs goes
point.
Behind Osorio. We'll have another look, Brian.
That's a great save by Danny, and then, you know, anticipation, Scott knowing that Marco was going to sprint to cover Danny's space because Danny was off the court, and he just places it in that open spot softly.
So a couple of points for Vegas here. Let's see if we can mount a comeback. And that's going to result in a timeout for the Royals.
Stop the momentum. That's timeout's big in pickleball. Momentum is a real thing. And you know, once people get into a flow state, you know, you got to get them out of it. And so see how that goes.
There's 3 courts of action here that we're covering. Let's have another look.
Over on court number 2, Vegas won the first game in a pickle, 11-0.
That's a surprise.
Chad Shane and Dan Gold over Greg Levine and Alan Mendelson. But
you know Gold will be talking.
Oh my God, yeah, they know. They play. Dan plays with Alan Greg pretty regularly in South Florida, and they do not want to go down to them.
Court 3, we've got 11-8. It was Milner and Weinberg over Katz and Kolker in the first. And that's Milner and Weinberg for the Royals.
Yep. So Royals up 2-1 in completed matches and up 2-1 right now in the men's.
Now the timeout. Fleegs goes with the high arcing serve.
Wow, that's a great point. I mean, just great discipline all around and precision. It started with a Danny cross-court speed up, which you don't see too often, but Danny will do that, but Alex wasn't surprised at all.
Seven, 5-1. The score. Simon, some scorpion action of his own. Fleegs says good job. Second serve to the Royals. After this comfortable lead was narrowed down to 2.
Marco catches Scott.
Yeah.
You know, interesting adjustment though Vegas has made is that Scott's now playing on the right. I don't know if they're going to be doing that consistently, but
you like that though? Just change things up, show a different look.
Yeah, just show him a different look. And it's, you know, like we was talking about the last match. You know, these matches are rather short. You know, you lose game 1, you might as well just try something radically different, see if it sticks, because it may be too late before there's something happening.
Yeah, Fleegs took one right around the mouth as he's got a towel there. They have some blood. Marco is such a nice guy. Osorio is coming over to the corner to check on Scott, make sure he's okay. Put his arm around him, and you can see it comes into your screen. What a gentleman, huh? Osorio is
Oh, yeah.
on
He's
and off the court.
Just an absolute sweetheart. It'll be interesting to see if Vegas switches here and puts Fliegelman back on the right. It's obviously easier to do it off your serve because you could just have a stack. When you change sides different from where you started the match, crossing over on the return does leave you a little exposed to a third shot drive.
Well, if anybody has the speed to cover it, it's Simon and Fliegelman. Discussion here with the official.
I'm not sure what they're discussing.
Men's A will have 2 mixed matches coming up after this one. Fliegelman a little heated, which is rare to see. 8-5.
They're going to be switching over again, Vegas. Danny with the lefty save, not quite there.
Yeah, good effort. Georgianne Chambers, lead official, coming over to check on things. Georgianne over here, was she able to relay what was happening or just checking on things overall?
No, but it does look like our ref, Michael Westcott, has got this under control.
Okay, that's good.
You know, there's always going to be disputes on certain things and people see things differently. I think the most important thing for a good referee is to be decisive and
just missing. Fleeg's overcooked. So 8-6. Headliners right back in it here in game 2.
It's a great spot. Scott setting up for that scorpion getting down, but it's too much to his left.
Osorio mixing it up, and remember Marco tagged Scott up around the face earlier. So Fliegelman guarding against that shot.
Yeah, Scott does that scorpion regardless. And when you do that, it kind of exposes you on the backhand because you know you're committed to that forehand window wiper. And so if it's a little too far to your left, there's nothing you can do.
Strong wrist backhand put away by Fleegs there. Effortless, he made it look like. Big time firefight. Osorio jumping on that one. Goes into the body of Simon.
Yep. Marco hits a lot of balls that end up in opponents' bodies.
Osorio, with his swing, he's actually off the ground, sometimes both feet.
Yeah.
Brian.
Yeah.
Gets everything into it.
Danny with those resets. Just
Unbelievable
incredible.
reset there to finish it.
And that's the game, 11-6.
So 11-6, 11-6. Osorio and Werfel, the winning recipe. Too strong here. Impressive stuff from the Royals. And now the Royals go up 3-1 in the team battle. We'll visit with the winning team coming your way next. The Royals victorious again. We've got Warfel, Osorio. What a tandem. Brian Levine and I were joking that you were kind of in the I formation sometimes. Looked like the quarterback and the running back. What was the strategy that primarily worked for you, Danny?
Well, this guy is an amazing pickleball player, and he's so good with his serves, his thirds, and his fifths. So my main strategy is to stay out of his way. They clearly knew that and were trying to hit a lot of balls to me, and I just try to keep him in. And he made some amazing shots, and we had a few breaks go our way and got the win.
Marco, what's it like playing with Hall of Famer Danny Warfel?
It's always really good when you have somebody, behind you and they help you with all making that as a team. Always I want to believe when you're going to win, you don't win alone, you win as a team. So I really like it, the way we build in the points and the way we created the situation for to win. So I'm really happy. And the first match always is the most difficult, So today we started with the right foot, so we're fine,
Yeah, you certainly look fine. Have you guys played much together before?
No, like maybe 2 games.
Yeah.
We did one practice, and most of the time he was just destroying me. So I was glad to be on the same side as him.
What was it like going to be Simon and Fliegelman, 2 terrific athletes, and you knew Simon was going to come with power. How did you adjust to that?
The good thing is this is kind of the game. We like it, So when they really speed it, it's kind of like a welcome home, this is our home. This is the way we like to play. And, for us, we feel comfortable, when we have to start thinking. He's the master in thinking. I'm not. So as soon as I can speed it, and start to play the speeded game. But they like to. So that was something good for us,
You look right at home, guys. This is going to be a tough tandem to deal with. Congratulations on the victory, and we'll see you in mixed.
Thanks, guys.
We'll see you later, guys.
Welcome back, everybody. North Shore Sport and Racket. This is a lifetime venue. It is gorgeous, and this is the Champions Series Pickleball. Ari Shannock, B. Lee, Brian Levine with you. Special guest joining us, Seymour Rifkin, a.k.a. Riff. We'll get to Seymour in a second. Just want to introduce our competitors here. We've got Alka Strapoli, Marco Osorio, taking on Molly Carter, and Scott Fliegelman. Thanks for stopping by, Riff. Great to see you. Seymour founded the Pickleball Hall of Fame, the IPTPA. What a background and impact you've had in this sport. This team battle, 4-2 right now. Palm Beach Royals leading the headliners. And Riff, you walked into this building and everybody came to say hello to you.
Well, I'm from the area, so it's I see a lot of familiar faces, and this is a beautiful facility. Great to be here.
And a little break, some net love for Carter.
It's a pretty interesting matchup we got here. We got Scott Fliegelman and Molly Carter. There's actually even though they're both new to the expansion team Vegas, this is their third year playing together. They both played 1A together pretty exclusively, I think, the last 2 years with the Denver Iconics. And for Palm Beach, it's a new combination, as Alka is new. Marco played last year, although Alka did sub for last year's team, and I believe she went 2-1 with Marco last year when they played together. They're a good pair as well.
Osorio trying to poach over, and Carter went behind him into the vacated area. 3-0 Vegas to start. And Riff, you started the first teaching organization in the sport of pickleball. Did you ever envision what you're seeing now with this sport?
Yes, I did, and actually 12 or 13 years ago I predicted that two things: that pickleball would be the most popular sport in the world, and pickleball would be an Olympic sport. And of course back then everybody thought I was an idiot, and they're probably right, but now I've got some believers.
Osorio, it's not clear net there, and I know that's a big topic, the getting pickleball into the Olympics.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's been a number of changes at the IOC that are, I think, favorable potentially for pickleball. I'd met with, I just come back from Israel in the Maccabi games, and I met with the president of the Olympic Committee there, and they were telling me that all sports are going to be changing into the format and the way they're viewed. They're going to be called disciplines. Currently there are a number of sports that may be under another sport, and because that major sport has been accepted, the others kind of get to be accepted as well. All that's going to change. So there potentially will be, out of the 36 sports, a number of them are going to be dropped, which leaves openings for a number of potential emerging sports to come in. And as we all know, pickleball is the most popular sport and the fastest growing sport in the United States and in many other countries. So there's a number of IOC members that look at pickleball very favorably.
Well, you mentioned the most popular sport in the U.S., and it is catching on globally. Where do you see that expansion primarily? What areas of the world?
So the three countries that may not have the largest number of players because they're smaller, but they have the fastest growth, are currently Philippines, Vietnam, and Malaysia. But two other countries in Asia, China and India, are growing very, very quickly. It's just that they're so big, the infrastructure and the number of courts can't catch up to some of the popularity. But as early as 3-4 years ago, China government officials told me that they would have 100 million people playing pickleball within 5 years. So I've seen the way things get done in China, and it's amazing how quickly the number of courts are going up, the number of people. And the most surprising thing is that the youth, I think there's a major tournament for juniors in Thailand that is coming up here shortly, as well as the World Cup. And there's over 1,000 juniors that have already signed up. It's sold out. So unlike the United States, where the pickleball actually was invented here, as we all know, we had to overcome this mystique that pickleball was for old people. But that's simply because as the game grew in popularity, it grew at 55-plus communities. But in all the other countries around the world, it's really done more of the common bottom-up approach to growth that we're familiar with. You know, your kids get introduced to baseball, basketball, you know, some of those sports in youth. They begin to get involved in PE classes in elementary school, and then maybe they're joining little leagues and things like that. And we're beginning to see that in the United States. But that's the way it started in a lot of the other countries. And so their average age is significantly lower than the United States because they've really started from the bottom, grassroots, and moved up.
Yeah, and I've heard that China has more players now than the United States. It's a hard thing to gauge because you don't have that kind of data from China.
Correct.
You know, here we've got SFIA is very accurate across all sports, and
Yep.
you know, I think there's 25 million regular players in the U.S. It's been the fastest growing sport for each of the last 4 years in this country. But in China, it's just out of nowhere, and you know, you get this stuff out of like the paddle manufacturers that just say, you know, their numbers will tell you that it's already more popular than it is here.
Yeah, and I think the same could be said in India. You know, I've seen some just incredible numbers, but again, you don't really know how true they are. It's difficult to validate, but it's very, very clear that there are government officials, there are people in high places that see the significance of pickleball, not just as a sport, but also the health benefits, the social benefits. I think those are the things that are extremely attractive in pickleball.
Yeah. And you see it, even things like, you know, PPA, we have a bunch of events actually right now in Asia, and recently we were there in Malaysia, and the players, you know, are treated like genuine
Absolutely.
rock stars. I mean, they're treated great here in the U.S. as well,
Yeah.
but like they get hounded like, you know, like nothing in the United States. It's just, and it's pretty quickly how this has happened.
Well, we have to remember that in most of Asian countries, they are brought up playing table tennis and badminton. And so those are really, really popular sports there. And pickleball, of course, is a close cousin to that. And so there are a number of high-level players, national caliber players in those countries that have gravitated over to pickleball because they see.
Oh my goodness! That was, by the way, that was Marco at his finest. I mean, that's just him imposing his will on any shot. You know, he took 2 balls off his shoelaces and put him in a perfect spot.
Unbelievable, uncanny, on the move. Well, they got to keep him honest, right? Believe. I mean, can't let him roam the complete court.
Yeah, that's why I kind of like, conceptually, I love Marco and Alka playing together. Alka has great drop shots, particularly on the cross courts off her forehand. You know, Marco likes to take the thirds, but I personally like him crashing.
Football.
You know. Yeah, Marco just hasn't played that much, and you know, because of that, I think you'll see some football areas at a couple today. Nice finish by Alka.
Oh, a little stare down from Alka.
A little bit of a stare down.
I like it. The Rutgers Hall of Fame tennis player. Student Athlete of the Year back in 1995 for Rutgers. Also inducted into their Hall of Fame.
Yeah, Alka's feisty. She's also from our area. I think, as I mentioned in an earlier match, 9 of our 12 players on Palm Beach are driving distance, so we all play regularly, Marco included. A great drop. That's that drop. She hits a great topspin drop. Usually it's cross court. There she caught Molly moving to the middle and caught her low on her backhand.
Right to that outside foot of Carter. Now 7-5. Vegas stormed out with the first few points of this game. Royals now up by 2.
That's another great drop. Nice. And that was where Marco is learning the Ernie. There, you know, so if you can read that drop, you could jump before your opponent hits that ball and get in that corner, because there were not a lot of things Scott can do with Alka's third.
Yeah, goodbye.
Look at that. Vamos.
Oh, Rafa Vamos there. I like
that.
film stuff from
They're in the I formation there.
Osorio. Who are some of your favorite players to watch, Riff?
I don't really get a chance to watch as much pickleball as I'd like, and I certainly don't get enough time to play. But you know, I still love watching Ben Johns whenever he's playing. I just think that what I love about pickleball is that the better you get, the more strategic you see the game become, and you oftentimes will see Ben, especially in doubles, you know, he'll change up his strategy. He'll figure out what's working against a new team that he's not really that familiar with, and quickly be able to change strategies and find a weakness. And I find the mental part of pickleball to be one of the intriguing parts of our sport.
So Osorio and Strapoli run off 6 consecutive, wrap up game 1, 11-5. All right, game 2. We're in the Windy City. Beautiful day here on the North Shore at Lifetime North Shore. Gorgeous new facility in Northbrook, Illinois, a suburb of Chicago in the greater North Shore area. Nice rally to begin here. Game 2. Osorio and Strapoli. Really impressive in that game 1, guys. Brian Levine, Seymour Rifkin, both joining me. Las Vegas looking to turn this around. What do you expect, B. from the headliners here?
Yeah, they've got to find a way to keep it from Marco, and it's hard.
It is hard, isn't it? With his quickness.
Yeah, and it's funny for someone, you know, who's his height, you know,
right.
he moves so well, his anticipation's so good that, like, he gets to the middle of the court and there's not a lot you can do.
He's got a great explosive first step, which
incredible.
I think makes up for, you know, this lack of length that a lot of the taller players will have.
And he just generates such power. I mean,
yeah.
if I'm Scott or Molly, you know, I'm basically going soft to the sidelines
yeah.
to get him, yeah.
Yeah, I think Carter needs to go behind him a little bit more in order to try to keep him honest, and she really hasn't done a lot of that, going down the line behind.
You know, one of the reasons I think he pairs well with Alka, you'll see when she plays at the net, she typically plays off the line.
Right, giving him room to come in front.
So it gives them a layer.
Yeah.
And so it makes it clean for Marco that if he feels there's a ball that he can get to, he can just jet over there. He doesn't have to worry about the fact that he's going to make contact with her.
Yep.
And it's not in his peripheral view.
Correct.
I really like playing with Alka for that reason as well. Like it takes like that peace of mind that
yep.
she's there behind me and I can make a move for a ball, but if I don't take it, I know she's there.
Right,
you know,
she's
a
playing
step behind.
backup for you.
Right.
She's there in case you can't reach it.
Yep. And her game style also fits really well, I think, for mixed because, you know, she'll typically play that soft game. She got that great cross-court dink. You see that dink with a topspin?
Yep.
And then, you know, when you go cross, you know, when you're playing soft and you go in cross-court, you know, you're basically setting up your partner. And when you've got, you know, Marco Osorio as your partner, that's what your role is.
And she's consistent. She's not making errors. You know, that's the other thing that you want, you know, your partner to do.
Yeah, she's not trying to end a lot of points.
Right.
You know, if she gets attacked, she's probably resetting.
She's happy to be the setup person.
Carter went behind Osorio there. Got
Yeah,
a little
she
bit
did.
out of position.
Yeah.
He didn't take advantage.
Yeah, and then Scott tried to go back, which would have been a good shot, but he made the error because he was off balance.
A powerful serve from Marco. He's got all the skills. Visiting with Seymour Rifkin, and Riff talking about your work with the World Pickleball Federation and the IOC, also the Maccabi team.
Yep.
Big time drive there.
So we've been working WPF to try to get pickleball accepted at the IOC and for a future Olympic game. And what the pickleball community needs to recognize is that 4 years ago we were accepted as an exhibition sport at the Maccabi Games. And for those that don't know what the Maccabi Games is, it's the second largest international sporting event in the world. It's been an IOC sanctioned event since 1961. Last year we were accepted as a full participating sport. Because of the war, it was canceled. It was moved to this year. And this year pickleball was accepted, and Maccabi Games just concluded last week. So it's a major step for pickleball because the IOC already has recognized and accepted pickleball as a full participating sport in the second largest international sporting event in the world.
What's also interesting too, the Riff just mentioned that it got added. Pickleball was added in 2022 after we did a little barnstorming tour that summer, led by Riff and myself, and Scott Fliegelman, who's about to serve, was also on our trip.
Yep.
Susie LeBlanc, who's also on the Palm Beach Royals, she's injured today, and a bunch of other players, Joe Braverman and some others that were there. So it was added, and you know, it's just one of those necessary steps to get pickleball added to the Olympics.
Yep.
What's your view, Riff, on if and when that's going to be?
Well, it's really difficult to predict because the IOC is going through a number of changes, as I alluded to before. But I know for a fact, I've actually had a meeting with the head guy at Brisbane. They would love to have pickleball in the Olympics. They've already said that to me. So I think that there's certainly a strong possibility in Brisbane. But with that being said, I would not be shocked, and I'm not certainly predicting this, but I would not be shocked if we were still allowed to participate in LA. The game was invented in the United States. There has been a precedent in the past where a sport was accepted into an Olympic Games 14 months before the games. So 2028 is upon us very quickly, but pickleball is, let's just say, in the discussion with a number of people at the IOC. So
that would be
would
quite
be
the
incredible,
coup if we
wouldn't
could do that.
Yeah.
It'd be fantastic, particularly on your home field, right?
Yep. You know, one of the things that the IOC looks at that I think makes pickleball very favorable is that it has become extremely prohibitively difficult to be able to have Olympic Games that build these sports arenas that cost $200-400 million and are used at the Olympic Games, and then they're not ever used again. Where with pickleball, what do you got? You got a tennis court. You basically paint it. You've got three pickleball courts easily for competitive purposes from one tennis court, and most importantly, when the flames go out and the games are over, you've got a very popular recreational sport for your citizens. and that is extremely important to the IOC as an emerging sport. The other thing that pickleball has going for it is that, from day one, men and women have been treated equally. Prize money here at MLP, at PPA, APP, they're all the same regardless of gender. So we don't have to follow a edict that the Olympic Charter has. We've already done that from day one. I think that's in our favor. And it's also been one of the important factors that the IOC is looking for is to get youth involved. Some of the old stalwart sports viewership has significantly declined, and I think they see that maybe some of those initial thoughts about rock climbing, break dancing, things like that that appeal to the young, don't really work out too well once you hit 30 or 35. Whereas with pickleball, as we all know, it's a lifetime sport. So you're gathering people at a young age, but you're never losing them. You're just continuing to add to viewership. And viewership and TV coverage is extremely important, as all of you know here.
Well, Molly Carter just ignited some excitement for this headliner team. A nice little run here by Vegas, seizing a 6-4 lead in the second, forcing a timeout from Palm Beach. Now, if you were able to pull that off, getting it qualified for the Olympics that soon, how many countries would you foresee being able to field a team?
So if we just go by some of the tournaments that have been going on recently, there's a small, what started out as a pretty small tournament in South America, Peru, I believe, called the World Cup. Last year that was in Florida, that had over 60 countries that participated. This year it's in Da Nang, Vietnam, in about a month, and they've already got, I believe, 80 countries involved. If it was an actual sanctioned World Championships, I would not be surprised if we had 80 to 100 countries. The other thing I think that's real important that we need to recognize in pickleball, and I think we have already, and MLP has done a great job with that, is that the amount of countries that can participate begins to dwindle the larger the requirement of number of players on a team. So, with typical MLP events, I know they went from, what was it, Brian, 4 to 6 currently? Is that what the MLP team is right now? Up to 6 players on a team?
Yes, there is 2 bench players there. They still play 4, but they'll see you for 2 subs.
So I think that those numbers are something that would be sustainable for some of the developing countries. You don't have to worry about bringing in 20, 25, 30 people like you would with soccer or some of the other big popular sports. But it becomes more difficult when you have new sports being added and you've got that many people with airfare, hotel, all those types of things.
And when you look at it from that perspective, not just the growth, but the fact, as Riff just said, you could have 80 to 100 countries participating in pickleball in the Olympics.
Big statement.
When you compare it to like race walking and trampolining and canoe slalom, I don't think that there's nearly as many participating countries as you would have for pickleball, or generate nearly the excitement. So.
Yep.
Who would
I don't think you have to convince us, though.
Yeah.
What countries would be the favorites?
Who would be the favorite? Obviously, U.S.,
After
China.
The US?
I think it would be very interesting because if you look at even at MLP, the top players, you've got a lot of foreign players that are playing, in the U.S., that reside in the U.S. But if they were going to be on an Olympic team, where's Federico Stackford going to compete for? Is he going to compete for the U.S. or is he going to?
No, he would be Argentina.
Yeah. So you've got Catherine Peranto. She's Canada, right? So if you take a look at even our top 10, 12 players, you probably got 30%, 40% that could be playing for another country. And I think that makes it extremely interesting and competitive. And I think, having a competitive World Olympic Championship makes it that much more intriguing from the fans.
Yeah. And it's pretty diverse, too.
Yep.
You've got Andre Daescu from Romania, Jay de Villiers from France.
Yep.
Jaume Martinez-Vix from Spain.
Osorio.
And all of the up-and-comers, we got a number of them from Vietnam and China, Hong Kong. So.
Well, we should comment on Osorio's header over the net after a point. He scored a goal that way, former soccer star. Mr. Steady. There's Fleek, Scott Fliegelman. Has his team up by 2 here in the second. What's been key here for this turnaround, B-Lee?
I mean, I'm seeing a bunch of unforced errors on the Palm Beach side, but I think, you know, Molly and Scott are doing what they do best, which is be really consistent. And they've neutralized Marco. I mean, like, that's
great ball there.
You know, that's a great spot where, you know, he feels forced to take, but it's a difficult position to pick it up from.
You like that high lob serve?
It throws people off. I like it once in a while. Gets people to think. If you can get your returner to be thinking, oh, it's a lob serve, and, you know, thinking about something other than being in the flow state required to hit it where you want to hit it, it could be effective. Typically, it's good for, you know, if you want to neutralize a good driver.
Yeah, I like mixing that, you know, lob serve simply because from a lot of the players that are tennis players, they're great at driving the ball as long as it's in that strike zone. And when you're lobbing the ball's bouncing higher, so it's taking them out of the strike zone, and it just, you know, takes them out of their comfort zone a little bit. So I think it's really a good move to mix it up.
Have to adjust the timing. That one overcooked, and a big howl for Vegas and Molly Carter.
She's excited she let one go. I tell you, it's hard when, you know, when you're facing Marco, you don't see it that often. You know, the power he hits it with.
Yeah.
You know, the subconscious requirement of, you know, I volley it, don't volley it. It's a little bit different.
Right.
You're not used to it, and the few milliseconds it takes to adjust, that's a great response there.
Defense.
You get really frustrated hitting balls that you think were out, but she let that one go.
I think that's still one of the harder things to develop, especially if you've been around playing pickleball for a while. The paddles, you know, back in the day did not have the grit. You couldn't get the top spin, so, you know, any ball.
That was nasty from Alka.
Just a little turn of the wrist from Alka there.
That was it was a drive slice something from the back that got to Scott's feet.
And that defending off a solid overhead as well.
Yep.
But shots of the day.
You know, but on the decision-making, Rick was saying about, you know, hitting balls that are out balls. One of the hard parts is that you never really. It's hard for people to learn, right?
Yeah,
because you don't know.
Correct.
Right? You know, you can assume you're going out, but it's a hard thing to measure.
And I think it's become that much harder because the paddle technology has improved so much. There's so much more grit. The balls that used to be out now are dropping in because players are getting that much more topspin on the ball.
Yeah, and also, you know, Ari and I were talking about analytics before. One of the neat tools on some of the analytics stuff I've been playing around with, well, it knows where the contact point is and the miles per hour of every shot, and it actually will know that, you know, a ball that you might have hit would have gone out by 1.5 feet.
Yeah.
Right, and that sort of thing is going to be
very
really helpful for people
Yep.
to learn that, oh my goodness, I've been hitting all these balls that would have been out.
Yep.
Right, particularly for lower level players to get better.
Yeah. And aren't there some software programs now available that are AI driven that use that technology that can almost give you instantaneous feedback in videos when you want to do your video analysis and go back and actually study that?
Yep. You know, PB Vision is one.
Yeah.
You know, there's also like Swing Vision, Wingfield, a bunch of these that have video, and they're tracking the raw data, and from that you could determine, you know, ultimately the quality of shots. But certainly if you have the right parameters of every single shot, you can determine whether a ball would have gone out if the person didn't hit a volley, which is going to be a really helpful tool.
There you go.
That one hung up there from Marco, but Molly Carter has been on fire, leading Vegas here to this 3-point lead. Good look at Carter from Aurora, Colorado.
Nice touch there with the drop shot.
He's got all the tools, doesn't he?
He does.
Marco.
Les Petite.
But he plays like a giant.
Yeah.
You know, when Marco told us that story last year about how Roger Federer named him Les Petite, I thought it was one of the greater stories. And I said, we absolutely are calling you nothing but that going forward.
What did he say to that?
Because he
accepts it?
He loves it.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, if Roger Federer
guess-
gave you a nickname, you'd probably
I'd
be
take it.
happy to go by
Absolutely.
it too.
Yeah. I'm waiting for the day for Roger to get on the pickleball court. I've heard he's been on it.
What's your job, Riff? You got to get those things done.
To pull off
Isn't it?
Federer,
All right,
That's part of
next
the
week.
pickleball, then we'll be in the Olympics, right?
IPTPA.
Yeah, next week. I'll put it on the calendar. You know, we hope next month WPF has about a 300-page application to the IOC, and we're working on getting a face-to-face in order to submit that. So I'll hopefully be in Switzerland. And
Speaking of tennis players getting into the pickleball space, saw the new movie The Dink.
Oh, yeah.
I'll be promoting it here, but it comes out tomorrow on Apple TV.
Right.
But we saw it at MLP Grand Rapids last week, and Mary Steenburgen, who's one of the stars with Jake Johnson, was there. And Andy Roddick plays a fairly prominent role
right.
All right.
in the movie as well. It's actually a key plot point. I don't want to give any spoilers for people who want to see the movie tomorrow.
Well, just tell me what you thought about the movie, though.
I'll be honest with you. I know this sounds crazy. I thought it was really funny, and I really liked it.
Okay.
Because everything else I've seen movie-wise for
Yeah.
Pickle has been rather goofy.
Right.
And I'm not going to say there aren't goofy parts, but it's a good sense of humor.
Yeah, okay.
And it's an interesting plot. So
Good to hear.
I do recommend it.
Has Roddick picked up the paddle much?
Yeah, he's played Pickle Slam a couple of times.
Oh, yeah.
You know, like McEnroe, he'll
Yeah.
often bash it as well. But
And he's actually got introduced to pickleball quite a long
That's a
time
game.
ago. He was invited to Steve Kuhn's house when for one of the very first times.
So we're going 3, guys. Vegas, impressive here in Game 2, 11-9, and it will be an exciting third to determine the winner of this one. Gorgeous look at the Windy City Sears Tower there. This is Major League Pickleball Champions Series Premier Division. We are in the third. Vegas and Palm Beach.
That's tough.
That's the danger. Now, when Carter has kept it far enough away from the poaching Osorio, it's been effective.
Yeah,
but that's a big
that was
if.
just a short lob. I mean, she was trying to get it deeper over Alka.
Short lob into the middle of the court, so it's right to Osorio's forehand. That's going to be bad all the time.
Nice little pull there by Fleegs.
So just to get the lay of the land of this team battle here, obviously we just have center court going on, but Vegas and Palm Beach are battling on three courts right now. Overall, there'll be 12 matches played, and we're halfway through as we finished up the women's and the men's, and now we're in the first of the 2 mixed matches. Right now, Palm Beach is up 4 matches to 2. One that finished up that was Vegas took men's 2 with Chad Chain and Daniel Gold beating Greg Levine and Alan Mendelson in 3, 11-5 in the third. And now we've got the mixed matches going and all the others over on court. 16, we've got Kitri Boster and Alex Simon, slight lead in game 1 over Julie Johnson and Danny Werfel. And over on court 17, we've got Vegas has taken a 1-game lead with Doug Kolker and Marcella Truxell over Nancy Henderson and Mark Milliner early in the second. Wow, look at that. Did he just scream Andale as he hit that? I think he did.
He ran out the building.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's 11-5, 7-4 in favor of Truxell. Kolker. We'll get back to that line 2 match. Looks like Johnson and Wolfel came back. They took game 1 11-8. We're in the third here. This is an outstanding match and a fortuitous roll there off of the tape. As Molly Carter gets a smile out of that one. That strong snap from Osorio set up by some power from Strapoli. Zero, 0-1. Should be 3-1.
Wow.
Wow.
Some great reflexes by Scott, but Marco too much. That was a risky shot by Marco too, because he has to step in. He's going to try to hit it. He's got to finish that point, because if that ball comes back to him, he's stuck in the kitchen for the next shot.
Just missed. Right idea by Osorio. You anticipate major adjustments here in the third, Brian?
Yeah, I think I definitely see Marco trying to take more space. You know, I think he got neutralized a bit in that second game, and there's Scott cutting him back there too.
Oh, well done on that overhead, fading back. Carter slams it past Osorio. Three, 2, 1.
Wow. Well, that's great shots. I mean, Marco, those 2 spots were pinpoint, and Alka was there for the finish.
Goodbye. This could be the match of the day here, though. We're in the third. It's been tight throughout.
That was just a great setup there by Marco. It's like it looks like a finish, and then the shot before, he wasn't trying to win it. He was just instigating, trying to get a pop-up at a Molly, which he got.
Osorio in disbelief, he missed that one.
Yeah. But the quickness is really, I mean, even at the pro level, I mean, there Marco just hit a fast shot off his backhand and still just got across over the center line for the forehand. He missed it, but the fact that he even gets there is amazing. Yeah, that's what I like.
Yeah.
That's what I like. You know, Marco tries to take those thirds because his drive's so strong, but Alka's so good at those drops that he could just have free reign on that fifth.
Yeah, she drips it, right? She's got that nice top spin so that they're taking it on the fly, but they're popping it up, which gives him an opportunity to crash.
Locked up at 3.
That was nice.
Yeah.
You know, early in that, the beginning of that point, what's interesting is Scott anticipated that Marco would go crashing across, and he didn't, but Marco stayed home.
Yeah.
Because, you know, Marco knows that Scott, you know, he's got to be kept honest, and he stayed there and kept that point alive.
Royals by 1, second serve.
Oh, that's a great get by Molly.
Ernie. Look at Fleegs. They gave you the Ernie, Brian.
Yeah, he did. He did. It was a little funny looking, but yeah, you know, it does take a lot of practice to Ernie. I mean, it's just a split second earlier. You know, you could finish the point. Because if you miss it, you're a little late, and you can't finish it, you're off the court. And
you're off the court, and the ball's coming back.
Yeah, it's tough. Nope.
Tried to pass him towards the sideline. Fleegs, right idea, just a little deep.
This is interesting. I mean, it's a good comeback by Scott and Molly. You know, as we said before, they've been playing together for 3 years now. Marco and Alka still a fairly new team.
That's the dangers of going right at him.
Yeah.
I noticed most of Marco's shots, when he's speeding the ball up, they're always going down at the feet. You know, his directional control is outstanding.
Mm-hmm. He really doesn't play that much either. It's actually one of the more remarkable things. He doesn't have too many high-quality games.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he lives in Vero, plays a lot. Pern Force is there, and Yvonne Lindell, actually.
Okay.
But outside of that, you know, he still does a lot of tennis.
Does he still plays tennis as well as pickle?
He's also a pro.
Okay.
Yeah, he teaches director of sports at Grand Harbor Golf and Beach Club.
So he's teaching both tennis and pickle.
Yep.
Look at those
Wow,
ups
look
to
at
the
that.
backhand. Phenomenal.
Who calls him Le Petit?
Le Petit has some hops.
That's a good timeout.
Timeout at 3-4, Brian. But you like it?
Yeah, it's a good timeout. Yeah, you see, you know, Marco's just hit a few shots where he's clearly in the zone, and you want to break
Slow
up
him
that
up.
flow if you can.
Yep.
And that's the thing about pickleball. You know, I think we were saying before about momentum.
Yeah.
Momentum's a big deal, and it's the psychology of the game. Like you
Absolutely.
just get it. You get into a flow state, and
Yep.
if you're in a flow state, and you're not in a flow state, and your opponent is,
Yep.
you know, get off the court for 60 seconds, and you very often see it change.
There's no reason to have timeouts in your pocket. Use them, and using them judiciously to break that momentum, as you say, Brian, is one of the keys that you'll learn the more you play.
Yeah, I used to when I was playing back in my singles days. They called a timeout because I was on a heater.
Yeah.
I would spend that timeout just bouncing the ball at the service line so that I stayed in the zone, as weird as it looked.
Sure.
Because I didn't want to take my head out of where
Out of
I was.
the game,
and
where you
just
were at.
bouncing the
Yep.
ball, and just like as soon as they call that score and you're back in it.
Right.
Yeah, you mentioned the break rhythm, the timeout. I don't think Fleegs and Carter spoke during that timeout that they took.
didn't exactly work there as Marco just hit a fairly sublime drop off the backhand.
What a get by Fleeks. Four, 3-2 in the third. 4-2 team battle score. Royals out front.
Nice finish.
Points at a premium, goes back to the headliners.
Yeah, when Scott wins points, it's usually clinical. It's just good, consistent, hits just the right shot. May not be fancy. That was a little fancier.
He plays high percentage pickleball. He's
Yeah.
not going to take risky shots,
just
especially with
plays-
third game at 4-3.
Super smart and just a gamer. That's why he's the Champions Series all-time winningest player at 90 and 45. Great shot by Alka.
That's
just
touched by Strapoli.
Yeah, good court awareness of where that gap was in the court.
Tied at 4 on the second serve.
Nice get.
Vegas takes the lead. Fleeks dancing all over.
Oh, that's too bad. Marco played that so well, opened up the court.
It's a great point, and that was, we were talking before about how Alka usually stays off the line. That's where it's a disadvantage, right? Because you've got a ball that's up, and she's too far off to get that angle. Where if she was
just a foot,
in,
she'd be able to use the geometry of the court better.
Yeah.
We switch sides on the 6 point in the third game, 6-4. Vegas has opened up a 2-point lead. Really entertaining to watch both Fliegelman and Osorio trying to assert themselves out here, Brian. The kind of that battle within the war here.
Ari, you're still playing a lot of pickleball, right? Ari?
I'm playing a little more. Yeah, I'm trying to get better.
And you're still down in the area in South Florida. Right?
Yeah. Is this an invite?
I'd love to have you over to the Chomp House. And Boca Paddle opening in
Boca
November.
Paddle.
I'll definitely have you there.
I'll be there.
Sponsors of the Palm Beach Royals.
I'm actually halfway decent when I bring my son.
Really?
When he's not playing with me, I'm not too good.
Definitely have you over.
Yeah, what's the update? That building that I've driven by a few times, B-Lee. That looks beautiful there, the Boca Paddle Club.
Oh, yeah. We are very excited. This has been 3 or 4 years in the making. It's a private-public partnership with the city of Boca Raton. Got a lot of really cool partners in it, including some of the top local pickleball players in the world. Lifetime as well. Lifetime's also an investor in the project.
Oh, nice.
City Pickle, Farmer's Table, Butters Construction.
Wow.
All right. Spend the entire day there.
Yeah, it's
25 court indoor. Is that what I'm
100,000 square foot facility, 25 courts. Pickle, Padel, home of the Palm Beach Royals. We're going to have, it'll be called the Royal Court and our canopied court outside. I'm very excited to open in a few months.
Have you been to that facility in Seattle I think it's about 100,000 square feet with 30 courts or something. I can't remember the name of it now.
I believe it's where we had our playoffs last year.
Yeah, it may have been. I know it's the home of one of the teams out there.
Yeah, Seattle Tsunami.
Yeah, that's it. The Tsunami. Yeah,
That's where we had our playoffs last year.
Yeah.
We actually got eliminated in the quarterfinals from Seattle in those playoffs.
It was a good run by your side, though. As Carter finishes.
Couldn't quite defend the crown. Coachella ended up winning it, and they are our defending champs as we head into the 26th season.
So this is the first tournament with the, what do you call it, the Masters division with MLP, correct?
Yep. Yeah, we had mentioned earlier,
exciting.
but it was a while ago, so it's worth mentioning again. It's a whole new structure this year.
Yep.
You know, this was previously called the NPL League for Senior Pro, and we are now partnered with Major League Pickleball. So this is now MLP Champions Series, which includes 3 different age brackets, 40 plus, 50 plus, 60 plus. The 40 and 60 are both new this year.
Okay.
This is the 50 plus, which we've been playing for several years. And we are at the same venue as MLP. They're going to be starting probably any moment on the other side of the facility. You know, several of our venues are going to be shared this year, including Dallas in 2 weeks. And the goal is, you know, from a more permanent standpoint, to you know, for them always to be integrated. And our team, the Palm Beach Royals, were the first ones to actually vertically integrate on the team side. So our team, we were not the Palm Beach Royals last year. We were Boca Surge and the Boca Picklers before then. The Palm Beach Royals acquired the team. And so Zach Hunter and Hyperspace Investors are primary owners. Rick Redemar is still an owner of the team as well. But we are now all representing. And there's so many benefits to that. You know, we all have, on the MLP side, most teams have junior teams as well. So you've got competing senior teams. And there are just tremendous synergies. And one of the things I'd mentioned earlier was, you know, most of our players are local. It's a lot harder at the MLP side to be an ambassador locally when you've got players that are all over the country.
That's
Whereas
right.
For us,
you've got stability. Everybody's local. The fan bases can get behind it better.
Yep.
Wow.
That's dropping.
That's going to land.
Yeah.
My goodness. That's
What
beautiful.
touch.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Like that?
He even showed overhead. Let's watch this on replay. Yeah, look at that. He even showed like he was going to pound that, and then at the last second just
Championship shot there.
That's a tennis shot.
Yeah, right.
You don't see that too often.
No.
Yeah, you don't see nearly as much net play in tennis as you used to in the good old days when you had serve and volleyers. Now it's primarily a baseline game.
Nice finish.
Redirect. Thought better of it. After the fact, Osorio. Don't want to test him.
Well, they need to make their move now. 9-4, 4-9.
They get the timeout side out.
Yeah.
And a point.
There's one.
Let's see if that's a turning point. That out of the timeout, Fliegelman looked to be dominating that point. It looked like it was going to go Vegas' way. And that remarkable lob that somehow found its way in. And then the championship drop shot by Osorio. Marked that one down. Yeah, that just missing.
On the other courts, the matches are getting pretty tight with Kolker and Truxell winning in 2. Makes it 4-3 Palm Beach overall. And then the other mixed match is about to go to 3 with Johnson and Werfel going against Boser and Simon.
Good response by Boser and Simon in that 11-3 in the second. So both line 1 and 2 in this team battle, going 3 games.
Wow.
Clean winner.
That's why he wants those thirds. That drive is nasty.
He's got some heavy top on that, and it's dipping fast.
Driving in the express lanes. He gets another one off of that powerful drive.
Well, here we go.
As you said, Riff.
No timeout left for Vegas.
Yeah.
So heavy as well on the forehand. No timeouts left for Vegas, as Brian mentioned. Royals on a run after their timeout.
He's peppering Molly now.
That's nice.
Good leave as that
Big
drops
save.
wide.
Wow.
Carter with such fire, such will out there.
Good get. Oh!
Sometimes that hustle. Carter ran down that ball. Didn't look like she was going to get there, guys. Saved it. And that earns Vegas the point. Match point.
Wow.
that's-
Miss hit winner.
That was the old frame winner.
Yeah.
You don't see it too often.
Right off the edge. Carter just smiling, shaking her head. Another match point here. Royals trying to fight it off. So they do it. Wrap it up with authority.
That was a great
big
match.
roar from Carter. Well, that was fun, guys.
Yep, that was fun. Thanks, guys.
Seymour Rifkin, thanks so much for stopping by.
My
Great
pleasure.
to see you, Riff. Continue the terrific work for the game of pickleball.
Plug along. Thanks, guys.
We'll have the winning side for the post-match interview coming your way next. Oh, we're good.
We're good.
Welcome, everybody. We've got part of the winning side,
That's
and,
right.
and I hope Scott's feeling okay. Just
Yeah.
wanted to collect himself, get ready for the next match. A lot of pickleball going on, but
A lot of pickleball.
Molly Carter, that's a big win. That evens the team battle at 4-all.
I didn't know that. That's great. It's good not to know some things, you know?
Well, you had so much will. I think in that second, it looked like you got ignited there. Maybe like lit a fuse for your team.
Yeah.
Sorio's so difficult to play against. What kind of was the difference? It looked like something clicked in the second for you.
I think in the second, I was worried about him in the first, trying to keep it away from him, and then I realized, you know, I can handle his speed ups. I need to just settle into my forehand dinks. If he comes over, it's fine, but I just need to focus on getting my dinks forward and settle into my legs and not maybe pay more attention to the ball and not what's going on the other side.
Which isn't easy because he's constantly moving,
He's just
coaching.
he's
so
all
fast,
over. He's so
right?
fast.
I mean, that quickness, you guys try to keep Miles go behind him, but that's risky.
Yeah, I think I was trying to go behind him too much. He was kind of baiting me over there. And as long as I started settling into my cross-court dink forehand on the right side, we felt better. And then Scott started squeezing the middle a little bit, and that helped. And I think I just decided we weren't going to lose. Like, we just kind of willed that one a little bit.
That's what it looked like.
It wasn't pretty, but we kind of willed it.
It was certainly exciting to watch. Probably the match of the day so far for sure on our court. The rallies were fantastic. Do you play better when you get that energy going? You seem to really elevate at that time.
Yeah, I need to get my energy going. This is the first team event and new team, and this match I felt the energy. The teammates were on the side. They were coaching. It was great, and I was just trying to keep Scott energy up a little bit, and so that helped me keep my energy up and just be positive.
And the
And
headliner.
kind of enjoy the moment.
Yeah, looked like you guys were. Headliners, this is on paper, you guys look very strong. A number of players coming over from Denver. What's the feeling? How is the first event? How's the team camaraderie so far?
The team camaraderie is great. It's I think it's just a group of people that want to play pickleball, want to go out, be around each other. We all have each other's back. It's a great feeling when right now for the first match it really feels like all teammates are involved, and it feels good.
We're coming down the stretch in the team battle. Molly Carter, great job.
Hey, thanks.
Good to see you. A gorgeous view of the loop. Hancock. And as we work our way to the North Shore, Northbrook, Illinois, here at Lifetime, North Shore. Yeah, we've got a good one. We're at 4-all in the team battle between Las Vegas and Palm Beach. And here on center court, as we keep an eye on the other courts, but here on center, interesting matchup here as that drops just wide. Chad Shane, fiery brand of pickleball. He's partnering with Dion Lim, new to the league this year, and she comes with some solid credentials as they are taking on Audra Spielberger and Greg Levine. Well, Lim trying to fire that one with the one-hander. Lim playing for Vegas, played tennis at University of Nevada, also for the Singapore Fed Cup, Singapore national team.
For pickleball?
Strong tennis background. Switched to pickleball a few years back. And then won the PCL in China.
It's a nice counter by Greg.
Plays a lot with Sabrina Gilbo, who plays for Coachella Valley. Levine fortuitous off of the tape. He apologizes. Greg Levine, who played some tennis at UF.
He is a Gator. No relation to teammate Brian Levine.
That's right.
But he goes, the back of his jersey is GL to eliminate confusion, particularly in the laundry of our Airbnbs, where last year the Levines on the back of the jersey created a lot of confusion. So this year he's GL and I'm B-Leave. But there won't be any laundry confusion anyway, as I'm not playing this weekend.
Well, we're happy to have you here as part of the broadcast booth. Brian Levine, unfortunately out injured with that hammy.
Wow.
Levine, what do you like most about his game, Brian?
Yeah, it's incredibly quick hands. He's very steady. You know, I think he's typically a better men's player than mixed, but you know, pairing him with Audra is good. He doesn't cross. I would say he isn't as voluntarily mobile, but in his space he's outstanding. But with you pair with Audra, who's one of the top women in the entire league, he doesn't need to be.
A little less pressure playing with somebody the likes of Spielberger.
It's a great drive by Audra.
Chad Shane comes from a tennis and rugby background, played them both in college at St. Ambrose University. Also the president and CEO of Canvas Credit Union, Chad is.
It looks like Vegas just won a tight match over on the adjacent court to give them a 5-4 lead, with Alex Simon and Kitchery Boser beating Danny Werfel and Julie Johnson in 3. I think it was 11-8 in the third.
Yeah, you were keeping an eye on the court. It was 7-all, so a good finish there. Strong finish for Boser Simon. ATP does not land in. Nice effort by Shane.
So with that victory by Vegas, of a 5-4 lead, there's 3 mixed matches remaining. Palm Beach needs to win 2 of the 3 to force a Dream Breaker. Dream Breakers in Champions Series is, unlike MLP, it's not a singles game to singles game, but it is a doubles game where the players rotate every 2 points by the winner. And I'm sure we'll get into more detail when we get one.
We could be on our way to our first of the season.
Yep.
These two teams, we'll take a look at Parisi and Mendelssohn have the lead over Young and Katz, 8-2 in the first. We're on line 3.
Parisi is a sub for us this weekend for Taylor, who couldn't make it. And on the next court, we've got Ross Weinberg, who's subbing for me with Karen Seguso. Going to be taking on Daniel Gold.
Exceptional defense by Spielberger. Just missing that sideline.
And Daniel will be playing with Spencer Mormon over there. Oh, that was a clinical.
That was a quick one, yeah.
Yeah.
So quick work there in the first for
I believe it was
Beach.
Was it 11-1?
It's hard to hear. 11-1 I think we'll go with, but we'll be back for the second. I'm sure we'll get a response from the headliners in the second in a tight team battle here. The opening day event. Guys, the bug was down and it's a little difficult to hear in here. The official, Pam Graves, doing a great job over there.
But that was 11-1 in the first game.
11-1. So quick work. We'll see what the response is from the headliners.
That's what a great cross-court dink. And there's deception there from Audra too. She's looking middle, and you see Dion even shift her weight a little towards the middle of the court, and then it comes cross-court. She can't even get there. We got our score back.
We also saw Dion do the splits, which is not easy in this premier age league. And a quick 2 on the board for the Royals to make it 3. Las Vegas, are they feeling the pressure after the slow start, do you believe?
Yeah, I actually think, Audra and Greg, they should be our most consistent mixed pair. You know, like I said, Audra's top 5 in the league by most any measure. You know, Greg's solid, just is not going to make a lot of mistakes out there. And I don't know much about Dion, but Chad's, he hits the ball real hard and gets a lot of winners, can make a lot of mistakes.
Yeah, Shane and Lim will be an explosive pair, it looks like.
That's a nice drop by Dion.
Very good. Great shot by Spielberger going behind him. But as you mentioned, the way that Levine and Spielberger play so clinically clean, seems to be a tough matchup.
Yeah, the two of them, both Audra and Greg, were, I would say, elite junior tennis players. Audra, as you said, was literally #1, 16s and 18s. And Greg played tennis for the Florida Gators, and it's not too shabby.
Just missing that one. Foul ball. Vegas has their first point of the second. A sharp serve from Shane.
That's a nice point. Good recovery there. Good cover by Dion.
Shane just said the same thing to her, Brian.
Yeah, that's good anticipation. I mean, she got way over in his court to give them a shot to win that point.
It's a tough serve to the backhand by Levine, and the ball movement really exquisite from this side of Spielberger and Levine.
So right now, overall, we're 5-4 Vegas over Palm Beach. But over 2 courts over, Palm Beach's Alan Mendelson and Elisa Parisi took game 1 from Chris Young and David Katz, 11-2.
So potentially, yeah, you go up 6-5.
I would say the Vegas odds are leaning towards a dream breaker right now. Great finish.
Levine like a backboard, such strong hands.
I've never heard that said before, but usually, because I'm Levine, no one says that I've got strong hands like that.
Quick bounce from Chad Shane. Deceptively quick for a big dude.
Great leave by Greg there. Ooh. That's a tough one.
Not easy to get out of the way of that one. No. Levine did.
Some nice defense by Lynn there. Wow. Finally gets the opportunity.
Yeah.
They kept her pinned back, but she kept dropping that in the kitchen.
Quality resets from Lim. Sets up her partner.
That was a great shot by Audra. Yeah, I think Audra will be happy to cross-court dink all day.
Yeah, so what do you do knowing that for the headliners? You don't want to get into that game.
Yeah, I think they're trying to create. I mean, Vegas has been trying to create a lot, you know, and it's created more unforced errors than winners thus far after that first game, but they're getting it more down now. It's a tough team to create opportunities because Audrey and Greg are just so steady. I mean, that drive right there in a perfect spot. I mean, she puts that, like you've got Dion is playing there on the left. Chad's coming in, and he's got to reach for a low backhand on her half of the court. It's tough. It's 3-7-1 here.
Ooh, and a break.
A fortuitous bounce off the tape.
4-7-1. See if they can open the gate for Vegas. Lim able to get forward, but Levine too strong. Shane limping a little back to the baseline after that one.
Audra's husband, Scott, is actually the captain of our Masters 60-plus team. They kick off play on Saturday.
He's a good player.
He's solid.
Shane gliding over, tiptoeing.
Nice pick off by Chad.
How's the interest level been as you expand, as the league expands to the 40 and up and the 60 and up from those players?
You know, it's interesting. I mean, I think there was more demand on the 60 side, which we kind of expected because a lot of our players were 60 plus. Like, I think the motivations from a league perspective was different. I think for 60s, you know, we have a lot of really strong 60 players, you know, the Beth Bellamy's, Scott Moore's, that, you know, certainly as you're getting up there, you should have, there's enough to have your own league, right? There's enough people. And on the 40s, there's more of like I'd say a brand extension, right? Because, you know, 40 doesn't consider themselves senior, but in most cases, it's, you know, and there are some exceptions of pro players in their 40s, you know, Matt Wrights and Tina Pisniks, but there aren't a lot for them to play at the professional level. So the 40 plus is relatively new. We've got about, I want to say 8 40 plus teams and maybe 12 60 plus teams. And obviously we had expansion this year. So we have 16 overall teams in this 50 plus league that we've been doing for 4 years. But you know, there's also, you know, what's interesting is interest, you know, we've had a lot of interest from existing MLP teams that are now saying, you know, how do I get a senior team? And it's interesting because from a regional perspective, there isn't a lot of overlap, and it's probably not a coincidence, meaning, for example, there isn't a senior team in Chicago. We're in Chicago right now. It's funny, right? You'd think what professional league with 16 teams doesn't have Chicago? Well, they've got the Chicago slice, and, you know, there was interest from an ownership perspective from the senior side. And I think we only have 4 teams where there's actually overlap of cities, which is, and it's the obvious ones like.
But you see that increasing for the outreach.
Yeah, well, I think that's interesting because, you know, if you're a pro team, you know, we've got, for example, Mark Molthen, who I think maybe joining the desk either this afternoon or tomorrow, who's the owner of the Dallas Flash. You know, they don't have a senior team, but he's very interested. They're a very active and engaged MLP owner, and they've got youth teams, and they do all sorts of activations locally. So from a business perspective, it's a pretty synergistic fit to add a senior pro team, a 40 plus, 50 plus, 60 plus, and I think they're all going to be pretty interested in that.
Well, we've got quite a run going on by Las Vegas. 6 unanswered points. Could have been 7 there, but
really nice point from Lim.
Gets a smile and a pat on the back from Lim.
I find that happens a lot to all of us. You know, your partner's like just having an insane point, and you finally have one, and it's kind of a sitter, and it's like, oh no.
You jump out of your shoes, huh?
Yeah.
And point is fired up.
It's 7-9-2. 7-9-2 Palm Beach.
It was a 7-3 Royals lead here in game 2. Looked like they would wrap this match up in 2. And now just can't seem to get it done. Oh, what a turnaround. They couldn't miss earlier, Brian. We talked about how this is a momentum game, pickleball. Oh, Shane. That ball dropped a little bit.
That was a great pickup by Audra, because Dion hit a great drop. Chad had a great move on it because of the drop, but Audra, despite it trying to pick that up off her shoelaces, put in just a good spot that he didn't have the angle to put that away.
9-7-2. You get the feeling this could be a big point right here. If Royals get the ball back off a hold, see them going on a run. They don't, and Chad Shane connects. And now it's a game point for Vegas.
That's the game.
That's it. Big time drive from Lim. And we're going 3. Didn't see this coming at 7-3 in the second after an 11-1 first. The game of pickleball, momentum and runs. And we are going to that third in a tight team battle. Vegas leading right now 5-4. The Lifetime North Shore and the Lifetime Pickleball being used here in the Champions Series. Game 3. Tight team battle coming down the stretch. 5-4. It's Vegas. In the team battle, we're in the third game here. Diving attempt,
great
Shane.
saves. Great saves.
Head first layout to no avail. Love the effort. Former rugby player, he's not afraid. Levine attacking that ball. You don't see too many one-handers out of the air. Lim's got one. She's got a good one-handed backhand.
Yeah, she's improved a lot from that first game. It looked like she just wasn't calibrated. She had missed a lot of balls into the tape in that first game that are, very good shots.
Wow, that's a great play by Audra.
Spielberger with a phenomenal defensive reset in the middle of that point. And she ends up finishing it with the offensive attack. Sorting out the score, Pam Graves, part of the officiating crew under Georgianne Chambers, head referee.
Oh, we've got a shoelace issue here on the serve.
Levine's all set with his team up 2-1 in the third.
It's a great pickup by Dion.
Good to see Dion playing with confidence. Very athletic competitor.
Nice finish by Audra. It's hard to finish with it with a backhand. The
Right.
ball was up a little, but still put in the perfect spot with power.
So many options with that two-hander Spielberger possesses. It should be a let. There it is. Ball rolled on. They continued play, and then stopping it. And Lim nails it.
That was a great shot. I mean, Audra made a nice save on the first one. Dion hit another one in the spot as Audra went back to her spot. Dion went right back to the middle.
Deuce is wild. 2-2-2. And Spielberger saving that point. That is not an easy ball. Clipping the tape. Still playing it. Tremendous hands.
Great points.
Precise hitting from Audra.
Yeah. So Audra and Greg look so balanced when they're at the net. On every shot, they're in the right spot.
Dangerous. And Chad Shane makes him pay. With some bounce.
Great point.
And backward somersault from Lim. Very acrobatic looking. Tight team battle coming down the stretch here. We'll check over at line 3, where Palm Beach won the first game, B lead, but they trail 9-4 in the second. Young and Katz against Parisi and Mendelson.
Yeah, it's certainly setting up for a little dream breaker here.
That's
Wow.
in. Incredible.
Great defense by Lim.
Dion Lim from Reno, Nevada has
I thought that ball-
elevated her play.
That might have been out. No challenge system here in Champions.
Former Singapore Fed Cup national team tennis player. Right into the body of Greg Levine, up in the face as they check on him. Levine says, I'm okay. Shaking it off. Now, Lim, who looked like she was pressing a little bit at the start, has found her form, to say the least, Brian. She's been outstanding.
Definitely.
Had a correction there. Three, 5-1.
Great shots by Audra in perfect spot. That's a beautiful point all around.
Well, they've got Lim on a yo-yo back there. All out effort.
We've got a tight one in the next match. It's 10-10 in game one. Mormon gold against Seguso and Weinberg.
On the stretch, tough chance there for Shane. They get the break, no harm done. Royals by 2.
Great pickup by Audra. And I think Palm Beach just took it. So it's first to 11 here. Not win by 2. So we had it was a 10-10 score. Seguso, Weinberg held off Gold and Mormon, and then they finished it to take game one over there.
These matches down the line have been tight. Appear to be heading to a team breaker.
Over in the other game, they are heading to a game 3, Parisi, Mendelson, and Young and Katz.
11-2 in the first and then 11-4 Young and Katz in the second, so that's a bit unpredictable in that third. Four, 5-2.
Wow, that's a great point. And just solid. I mean, Audra hits these shots that they may not be clean winners, but she so consistently keeps the leverage of the point on her side. It's a nice drop by Greg. That's beautiful, and that sends us to the turn.
So we
6-4.
turn it, 6-4, and what you feel possibly Palm Beach will be looking into a more difficult background There's been some talk about that. 6-4. They do have a 2-point advantage.
Yeah, it's a tougher side. You know, the walls are on one of these sides is a little lighter, and that was the side that has won both the games here.
I'm trying to stay loose. She may have been shaken up on one of those dives onto the court. Well, if you're Vegas and you feel like you're looking into the better background, you're only down 2 here on the switch.
All right, here we go, 6-4.
Ball hung up for Lim to attack. Six, 4-2.
Great hands there.
What a point.
Solid all around. Great firefight. A lot of these firefights just end with a ball into the tape, which you can't do much more than that.
And that off the edge of the paddle. Under the broadcast table. Well thrown in lob there by Lim.
Lim's defense has been outstanding. I mean, I just think Audrey and Greg have just been really clinical with keeping leverage on these points, and she's staying alive long enough. And it's won a bunch, but it's tough. I mean, that shot, that shot Audrey just hit on that fourth, I mean, that's just remarkable. I mean, she's crossing over, so she's in full sprint at a ball that's low, and she hits a perfect cross-court dink.
Right. Makes it look easy.
On the move. Nope.
Yeah, that nice stick there by Lim.
She's got a lot of topspin on that ball. I thought that was going to be out off the paddle. And I think Audrey and Greg at the first thought it was too.
7-4-2. Looked like it might bounce over. It's at 8-4. Pulled up a little too quickly on that one. Much needed side out there.
Yep. Over in the other games, it's Mendelssohn, Parisi, Young, and Katz are tied at 2 in the third. And Gold and Moorman up, I think, 4-2 on Seguso, Weinberg in the second after Palm Beach won the first.
Down to the wire. Overall team battle at 5-4 Las Vegas.
Scores 4-9-2. It's a great drive by Chad. That's his bread and butter. He's pounding that drive in that third.
Ball deadened off with a two-hander from Spielberger. Side out, Palm Beach.
Joe with the serve at 9-5-1.
2 points away from victory.
Nice move. Great moving across the court there by Greg Levine. Must have been that chicken parm he had last night.
Did you buy it for him?
We brought an Italian to the Airbnb. We've got 9 players staying in the same home. Great leave, and that's it.
That's it.
We are tied at 5.
Match point, and the Royals take it 11-5 in the decisive third game. And now overall, we're tied at 5 in the team battle.
And we'll see if we split those other 2. We'll be back here for the Dream Breaker.
Yeah, we split them. We'll have a team breaker, but we will have the winning side for a post-match interview. And we'll keep our eye out for you on the other courts. Okay, your live look in now. We're going to jump over to the mixed match of Seguso and Weinberg. Locking up with Mormon and Gold. So Spencer Mormon, Daniel Gold against Ross Weinberg and Karen Seguso. And it's going to come down to this court if this is a must-win for Las Vegas. With Palm Beach now up 6-5 because on line 3 it was Lisa Parisi and Alan Mendelson defeating Chris Young and David Katz. And that was 11-6 in the third. That's Gold and Mormon on the near side for Las Vegas. Daniel Gold out of Fort Lauderdale, originally from London, England, general manager of this Las Vegas team. Played some high-level tennis. He actually competed at Wimbledon in the juniors. Daughter Mia plays volleyball for Boston College and trains with the UK national team. And his partner Spencer Mormon, terrific player. Played tennis at Vanderbilt. Won 8 national father-daughter titles with her father Ben in tennis. Strong team. That one left short. Karen Seguso won the U.S. Open Masters singles this year. Left-hander. See Seguso attacking. Ranked on the WTA Tour at age 14 was Seguso. Brother Robert Seguso, former #1 doubles player in the world, 4-time Grand Slam champion. Famous family. Sister-in-law Carlene Bassett Seguso, former #8 ranked professional tennis player in the world. U.S. Open semifinalist. Also worked as a fashion model. And Ross Weinberg, we have to get some info from B. Leave on him. He's a sub in this week for the Palm Beach Royals. I apologize. Don't have much background. But this is a big one. This coming down to it. Vegas has to have this. If they win it, it'll be 6-all in the team battle. And we'll be heading to a team breaker, which we will have for you here on championship court. If the Royals win this game, they win the team battle 7-5. Ooh, Gold looked like he had an opening there. Drifted deep to the delight of the Royals bench there. You see him applauding. (5-1-1) Royals. And now it's 6, and we will switch with the Palm Beach Royals in command in the third, up 6-1 on the changeover, with all the pressure on Las Vegas to battle back and force the team breaker. Morning session here to open the 2026 season. Champions Series Pickleball. And what a match we've had coming down to the wire. numerous three-setters. Palm Beach comes in with a couple of players out injured and looking very impressive here going up against a talented Las Vegas squad. They could come away with a victory. And that one lands the defense from Weinberg. Deep return, it just caught the back of the line. Weinberg turned over to some of his teammates, and they nod, yeah, it was in. Mormon, quality return. And goal with a little slice down to the feet of Weinberg. So side out to Las Vegas with work to do, a mountain to climb. 1-7. Goldberg going behind Weinberg. Daniel Gold. Makes it 2-7-1. Big stand defensively from Ross. Absorbs that heat coming from Gold. 2-7-2. So a couple points on the board now off of this service possession. Makes it 3-7. And Weinberg angles that over the pickleball side off the court. Ball back onto the paddle of the Royals, leading by 4 in the third. Seven, 3-1. Quality by Daniel Gold. Seven, 3-2. Seguso puts it in play. They switch, and it works. Good recovery there. Court coverage solid. Seguso darting over to cover the left side. Right into the lefty's wheelhouse, and Seguso punishes it down the center of the court. Look at that defense, earning the Royals a point and a roar. Mark Milner over there, leading the cheers. Susie LeBlanc, who is out injured this event. Three, 10-1. Las Vegas, desperate need of a run. 3-10-2. What a point and stand defensively by the headliners. Is that the spark they need? Looking to catch a wave here near Lake Michigan. And Gold strikes that inside in forehand, a beauty. Five, 10-2. And that was deep, so make it 6. So 3 in a row, sparked by that tremendous defensive point. Not going to get that one back. Unreturnable. Royals have it back on their paddle here with a match point. And a team battle point right here for Palm Beach, looking to win their first team battle of the season. They'll have to come on the second. Misdirection, and there it is. Smiles at the net. Great respect from all these players and teams, and that team battle decided in the last game. 7-5, Palm Beach. The Royals win the team battle after trailing 5-4. They win the last 3, and they open the event here in Chicago with a victory. All smiles. The Palm Beach Royals victorious over a good Las Vegas headliner team in a fantastic team battle. We will now take a break and be back with the afternoon session coming your way shortly from Lifetime North Shore in Chicago. And we are back. This is Champions Series Pickleball. Afternoon session. And right off the bat, getting us started with a overhand killer is Waters. Heather Waters, Heather Effort. The Heathers taking on Sherry Corder and Jill Bellier. Suncoast Pelicans versus Atlantic City Aces. Corder got Effort in the middle, tried to pass her from the outside, tough angle. Suncoast Pelicans victorious this morning in their initial session of the season, defeating Kansas City 8-4. Meanwhile, Atlantic City was defeated by Seattle 8-3. Now we can check the scoreboard from the morning action just to recap our play here to begin Champions Series Pickleball for 2026. There was Palm Beach Royals over Las Vegas Headliners 7-5. Suncoast Pelicans defeated Kansas City 8-4. Indy Drivers impressively over Coachella Valley, last year's champ, 8-4. And Seattle defeated this Atlantic City team 9-3. So Jill Bellier to serve. Good patience there by Bellier, who played her college tennis at Texas, or the Longhorns. Athletic family, son Dylan playing baseball for Wash U in St. Louis. Zachary Bellier, tennis player currently in his senior year in high school. The effort nicely placed, treading backwards on that lob. So 3-1-2 to Corder serve. Sherry out of Dublin, Ohio. Former University of Kentucky Wildcat tennis star, ranked in top 15 in the nation in singles while she was there, top 30 in dubs. What to say about Bellier? Can she get there? And a little late on that attack from Corder, the quarter pounder striking. We are in for a treat. There's plenty of action here early. 1-3-2. Apologies from Atlantic City on a mishit winner. They claimed the ball back, up 3-1. Bellier with the offensive lob and lands it. Controlling the court, Jill Bellier all over the place. Remarkable court coverage, good quickness. All 20 feet of the width, all 44 feet of the length of the court. And the attack right into the body. Strong start for the Aces. Suncoast Pelicans, Heather Iffords out of Carmel, Indiana. Also played her tennis in the SEC for Tennessee. Part of 3 IHSAA Girls State Tennis Championships back in high school. And coached at North Central High School to 5 titles over 16 years in the Indianapolis area. Nice touch by Iffert. And Heather Waters, her first season in the Champions Series Pickleball. Originally from Raleigh, North Carolina, is the sister-in-law of Lee Waters. And her niece is Anna Lee Waters. Also, SEC tennis player, starred at South Carolina for the Gamecocks. Second team All-American there. Currently the assistant coach at the University of Tampa. Women's tennis and the strong Sunshine State Conference. And that one just missing by quarter. Possession back to the Aces, formerly the Princeton Bruisers. Again, the lob efficient from Bellier. (6-3-1). What a strike. Deep in the corner, the two-hander from Bellier. Oh, what a tandem this is going to be. I mean, Quarter virtually unbeatable in her NPL career. Teaming up with Bellier this year. Quarter talking to herself. Trying to speed up there. 3-7-1. That flies deep. So the afternoon matches. Palm Beach Royals taking on Indy. Both teams won their opening match this morning. Should be a good one. Seattle against Las Vegas, and Coachella Valley will play Kansas City. Timeout, Suncoast. Formerly Naples JBB United, now the Suncoast Pelicans. Hoping that Bob Stroman come along into the booths shortly. Karjas just took out a wall. Trying to catch up to an out wide ball from the other adjacent court. Carter's teaming up with Christy Dorman, taking on Natasha Linton and Jennifer Galwas. (7-3-2) out of a timeout for the Pelicans. And that pace from Quarter absorbed. They force an error. Solid defense from Suncoast. Waters attacking for the winner. The quarter pounder smashing down central. Gorgeous soft touch roll from Sherry. She's got all the tools. Accurate placement from Iffert. Out of the reach of Bellier. Out of Frisco, Texas. Quarter will induce plenty of airs off her serve. She's got a repertoire. Spins, speed. Waters somehow fought that off and landed it. Right down Rush Street. Here in Chicago. 8-4. Make it 9-4. That will sail along. Game point. Waters stretching to both wings, but Quarter ultimately picks up game point. Impressive from Atlantic City as they take game one 11-4. A beautiful Lakeshore Drive heading north in that direction along Lake Michigan. Gorgeous day here in Chicago. We're on the North Shore in Northbrook, Illinois. Quarter. Pounding. Northbrook, Illinois, home to Glenbrook North High School. John Hughes not only went to Glenbrook North, but he filmed some of his movies at the high school Breakfast Club, Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Glenbrook North also home to some basketball greats, including Chris Collins, who is now the head coach at Northwestern. John Shire played at Glenbrook North, played at Duke, and now, of course, the Blue Devil head coach. That lands. Hit the tee. Quick 2 points. A very difficult matchup here going up against Quarter and Bellier. Solid placement. Bellier really has that ability, uncanny ability to move the ball around, pick her spots. Terrific athlete. Yeah, Waters doing some damage. Caught the side of the line, that return from Iffert. And Waters again with authority. The Pelicans have the serve here for the first time in the second, but trailing by a field goal already. Bellier gets there and resets. It's in a tough spot to the backhand side. Waters shaking her head after that one, but stabbing save attempt by Bellier floats long. One, 3-2. Well, that's too good. Dangerous. Testing that middle with the southpaw quarter there. Well, that is tremendous pace. That just missed. Bellier and Quarter, they can mix it up, play different styles. A number of ways to beat you. Four, 1-2. Aces, they took the first 11-4. Effort really nicely done. Chose her spot precisely. Oh, Pelicans got away with one. Quarter can't believe she missed that one. I think she was surprised that it was sitting there for her. That was deep. That lob has been used efficiently by Jill. That one rolled too deep. Pelicans within one. Unlucky for Suncoast. Excellent defense, rock solid from Heather Iffert. Billier wisely reaching in and rolling for a winner. We are tied at 4. 3 points run off by the Pelicans to tie it. Service error brings it to 4-4-2. That's Bellier's ability to hit her spots. Unpredictable the way she moves it around. So 2 quick ones there on the second serve from Jill Bellier. The Aces hope to wrap this up in 2. The Pelicans have had some difficulty defending the lob as they track backwards. And that will draw a timeout from Suncoast, a good one, because they're down 7-4 here in the second. It was all aces in the first. Quarter and Bellier in command. Suncoast able to run off 3 straight to tie it at 4. They will have to do it again to lock it up at 7. And there's one. Five, 7-1. And lob effective yet again as the Aces get the Pelicans moving up and back. It's been a challenge. Gorgeous Ernie from Bellier. Rolling that, spinning it into the fence. Side out, Atlantic City up 2. Effort, resilient and patient. That was defended better, that lob. Effort opened it up, opened that hip up, and was able to strike it well. Line 2, Carges and Dorman have a game point in game 1, leading Linton and Galwas. And at line 3, it's all Leslie Bernard and Melissa LeBlanc, as they are 2 points away from sealing that match already. 11-1-9-2 over Cindy Crush and Natalia Garcia Miller. So Suncoast, they could be on their way to a quick 2-0 lead should this continue here on court 1. Or excuse me, be 1-1. Swing and a miss, and Bellier saves it. That's a trick shot. And Heather Ifford gasping for air. What a point that was. It took the slow stuff instead of the overhead power to complete the point for Suncoast. And power off of the paddle of Waters. Suncoast looking to tie. And watch out. Clean winner down the line. Well struck by Waters. And the first lead of the match from Suncoast, and that's going to draw a timeout by Atlantic City. 8-7 as they have run off 4 consecutive. The Pelicans take their first lead of the match, 8-7. We'll be back. So the Pelicans have adjusted. They're anticipating that lob. That first step, setting them up for success. Tracking backwards. Terrific run. And finally a side out for Atlantic City to put a halt to it momentarily at least. 5 unanswered for the Pelicans. In the quarter, you keep it away from her forehand, but that two-hander is such a weapon as well. Another fortuitous roll. There's been a couple for Atlantic City. They may want to hit the casinos when they get back into town. Tied at 9. Yeah, well done. Efforts put away, set up by the roll out to the perimeter by Waters. Big point here, 9-9-2. And that catches line. I think Quarters was counting on that ball going deep. Played it like it skidded off the tape on a clay tennis court. Nine, 9-2, critical here, you feel, for the Pelicans. Get something out of this. Waters, what a read that was. Came out of nowhere. Quarter looked like she had a clean cross-court shot. Exceptional by Waters. Game point. Incredible, relentless activity by the Pelicans. Trailed 7-4 in this one. They come back and force a third. And a good one between Atlantic City and Suncoast. Game 3 underway. And an easy put away to begin the third for Atlantic City. Well, 11-4, 7-4. Looked like the Aces would wrap this up in 2, but grit and determination by Suncoast forces a third. They've also adjusted to the lobs. 0-1-1. Right in the wheelhouse of Sherry Corder. Winner of the 2025 U.S. Open Women's Senior Pro Doubles. Won gold with Molly Carter. The hook shot by Corder. Effective. A big drive from Bellier, fought off nicely from Heather Waters. Surprised Corder a bit. 1-1-2. Hiffer didn't get that one deep enough. Deflected off of the tape, and Heather's going to give it a kiss there for good luck, as the Aces have had a couple fortuitous rolls. Pelicans are waiting their turn. What a point. Both teams. Corder pointing at her partner, Jill Bellier, crediting her. One 1-4-1 is the score here. We got it. The Aces have 4.
Second serve. 1-4-2.
So it's over on line 2 with Cargis and Dorman wrapping it up 11-8, 11-2 over Linton and Galwes. That hits line. And draws the air. Line 3. We have a Suncoast victory. Leslie Bernard and Melissa LeBlanc taking care of business, defeating Crush and Garcia Miller 11-1, 11-7. So Suncoast up 2-0. So that puts even more significance on this match here, particularly for Atlantic City. They need this one to avoid dropping behind 0-3 in the team battle. Porter gets in position. And again, no luck for Suncoast on that tape. Smiles for what a point that was. Pelicans in survival mode there. Extended that point. 5-1-1 in the third. And finally, they say, Waters fist up in the air. They deserve one or two.
5-1-2.
And Waters with some bounce. That's been a major difference in this match, as those lobs from the aces, very efficient through a game and a half. And the Pelicans have negated that weapon since. Well, that stings. You get struck by a Sherry quarter smash. One 5-2. The stretch from Bellier sets up the quarter pounder. Five, 2-1 in the third. That's exceptional from Bellier, tracking that. Drop her down and recovering as well into offensive position. They'll switch ends here. 6-2. Atlantic City. Jamie on scenes doing some coaching here. Jamie does plenty of that when he's not here playing Champions Series Pickleball. And Jamie, the coaches a Brazilian women's doubles team. Coached them to a bronze medal in the Olympics 2021 in Tokyo. Brazilian Davis Cup captain, also director of tennis now at Montverde Academy. Quite an advantage to have a Fed Cup captain, coach, Olympic coach on your sideline. Initial terrific pickup by Quarter, but then Waters able to strike back down the line.
Okay.
6-2-2. And off the changeover, we'll see if we have a change of momentum. Some reports say that where Atlantic City looking into the solid wall is the more difficult background to hit into.
Second serve. 2-6-2. Side out.
So an instant side out. Break of serve there, 6-2 Atlantic City. If you're watching at home, unfortunately, we don't have the court coverage that we will have. We have cameras on
Second serve.
all courts. With some technical difficulties here.
6-2-2.
And another apology is Atlantic City going to hit the casinos when they return with the fortunate bounces they've had from the net.
7-2-2.
7-2-2. And Ballier, defense to offense, a clinic. Her balance, her ability to get so low and position herself for every shot. Superb footwork.
8-2-2. Point.
And they're now wearing the Pelicans down.
You have a timeout.
Suncoast will take their time out.
2-2, 1 minute.
Aces now 2 points away from securing the match. We'll take a brief break. What a get by Ballier. And just missing. Pelicans exhale and remain alive here. Terrific angle, the roll to set it up. Overhead angled off court to finish.
2-10-2.
Porter with a fist pump. In a rhythm here and now. Serving for match point. Lob sets up the finish. Backhand to the knees, and Sherry Corder and Jill Bellier share a big hug after a 3-set victory. Pushed by a gritty Suncoast Pelican team. And that gives Atlantic City their first win in the team battle. It's 2-1 Pelicans in that team matchup. And we will visit with Porter and Bellier here in the post-match. Coming your way next. The Aces from Atlantic City take the match. Sherry Quarter, Jill Bellier. How long have you two been playing together?
Today.
No way. Match made in heaven. It seemed very natural. Jill, what is it like playing with Sherry, and why is it so easy to look like you guys have been doing it for years?
Man, I just felt fortunate that I get to play with someone as good as she is. So I'm just out there trying to grind and get her a ball. And she believes in me, then I'm going to try to perform.
Sherry, what about this match here, playing with Jill?
Jill is a partner I can trust, and I don't have to take over, and I don't have to be huge. I just have to trust that she's going to make every ball. I mean, you saw, she grinds. Like, she just gets everything back, and she's the most positive person. I picked her. I mean, I sought her out. I flew to Dallas to find her.
That's heavy recruiting.
And let me tell you, it's worth it.
She wanted the youngest person in the league.
I did.
Because late December birthday.
And with the best guns.
So you're 30 now? Because the way you move out there, I can't believe that she can play in this league. Right? I mean, your movement is
It's my only
perfection.
thing I bring to the table in our partnership, so I'll take it.
How does the team look coming together, Sherry? Roughed up a bit this morning. What's your outlook? How's the chemistry so far?
We had Seattle played amazing, tough match. We didn't get blown out. We had a lot of opportunities. I feel like we're a team that's just coming together. We have a lot of newbies on the team, and we just have to trust. Like, it's just like with us. I have to trust her, and we have to just remember this is a journey, not a sprint.
We're here for the end game.
Yes.
Well, I think Jill could play till the end, like forever.
I know.
Do you get tired out there?
Yes. I take a lot of energy chews and a lot of electrolytes.
Well, this is going to be a tandem that I don't see losing, but anything can happen. Great competition out there. We'll see you back out on this court for mixed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very
Hi,
much.
Mom and Dad. Hi, Chris.
All right, here we go. This should be outstanding. Patrick Cote getting us warmed up over here at the broadcast booth. Teaming up with Jaime Oncines. And that backhand attack, the infamous, if you're his opponent, the backhand counter attack. That was just a backhand offensive attack, but either way, it's going to punish you. Oncines and Cote against. Oh, ooh, that just wide. Going up against Benjamin Wenger, who played tennis at Tulane. And Youssef Bouzidi, the Moroccan magician. Bob Stroman, nice enough to join me. There's the counter. We saw the offense, there's the counter.
You got it. You know, you can never underestimate any shot against Jaime.
Bob Stroman, owner of Suncoast Pelicans. I like it. Formerly Naples JBB United.
It's really been a fun transition to change our brand a little bit. Our colors, our image. We're really blessed to have just an exceptional group again this year from quality of people. And I think our overall talent has dramatically upticked, as demonstrated on how we did this morning. So we're hoping to continue that today.
Now you beat a good Kansas City team this morning, 8-4. In the lead here this afternoon, early in the team battle, up 2-1. Bouzidi, who almost got there. It's an interesting pair of Bouzidi and Wenger. We didn't know too much about Wenger, but he can really bring that pace from the left-handed side. And there it comes again as that whips by. I think it was just deep.
Yep. He's really an interesting pair. You have Patrick Cote, who takes exceptional pride in his dinking and soft game. And then you have Jaime, who just is good at everything. How about that? You know, it helps being about 6'4", 6'5", and have a reach and athleticism that gets him to cover the entire court.
Right. He's got the entire package, no doubt, including the length. And Cote, you bring Patrick aboard, and he's certainly going to give you some energy, Bob.
Yeah, Patrick is, Patrick's become a pretty good friend, and he and I played a lot prior to draft. I think he maybe asked me about 93 times if he could be drafted onto our team, and I just said, we'll see. Because sometimes you just don't know if you can get him. It's not a question of talent. Sometimes it just is the chemistry and, well, look at that. This reaction time of these players is just exceptional.
Yeah, uncanny. How did that come back? Well,
I don't know.
Bouzidi, the Moroccan magician. If anybody's going to do it, it's his lightning fast hands.
Yeah, Patrick's strength is his ability to reset and play the soft game. It's also his kind of his downfall because he becomes pretty predictable. Whereas Jaime, when he has an opportunity to speed it up, his backhand wrist action is just amazing.
Yeah, Wenger says, my bad, I should know better than to test on scene. 5-2 Suncoast. Quick start. We'll have 3 boxes of coverage here from Lifetime North Shore. We'll peek in at the other courts. Live action. Well, line 2, we've got Chris Grower and Matt Troyer for your Suncoast team against Paul Salmola and Chris Wilton. 9-8 in a tight one at Atlantic City in the first game of that match. And then line 3, Bob, first game goes to Vinay Bahugana and Hugh LaRoque, 11-8. 1-1 in the second against Jeff Morneau and Brad Edwards.
Yeah, this is the debut for Morneau and Edwards. It's the first time they've played in the league. There's always a little jitters. Great players, but this is a whole different game. From recreational play as a general rule to coming into competition. Yeah, you're talking about Troyer and Grower. Grower's come off of knee surgery, so this is kind of his first real competition in 9 months. And he is scheduled for hip surgery when the season's over. So he's going to be the bionic man.
Credit him for being out here.
Yeah.
Cote splits the defense here in court 1. So what impressed you the most about your team in the morning action, Bob?
Well, they kind of lived up to their expectations. The women are exceptionally deep, and we came in here with a reputation of being a good, solid technical team. And accolades before the season are always nice, but what really counts is how they perform and how well they react to the pressure. And they did exactly that. We had the whole team together. All 24 of them were together in Naples, Florida last week for a training camp. And it really helped solidify the chemistry and the relationships. And I think that is so critical in a team event where it's not only talent, but it's the chemistry of how each player plays with each other is critical. And I think they're finding this really to be the case. Hey, Charlie, how are you?
Charlie Muller.
Yes.
Commissioner.
Commissioner
Charlie. Muller, Champions
right.
Series Pickleball.
We would bow if we weren't in chairs.
That team building, is that something new you've added, Bob, or is that a tradition for Naples?
First time we've done it.
Okay.
Now that we've had 3 divisions, we have a 40. We have a 40 division. We have our traditional 50 Premier division, and then a Masters division of 60-plus players. And we just felt like it's rather than coming in here the day before competition to try to figure everything out, let's have everyone fly in. And we spent 2 days playing. We had 2 days cooking dinners at my condo, and then we did a couple things.
I hope you didn't do the cooking.
I did. I did do the cooking.
What's the specialty?
We had salmon, shrimp, salmon fillet, salmon fillet and chicken.
What a host!
Well, and they said they'd come back.
I bet. But you're seeing the dividends already. Huh?
Oh yeah, I mean it was, they came in here for a practice and refining, the pairings and not trying to figure out the pairings, and they discovered, probably the most interesting is that we had a round circle session where they all talked about themselves, kind of something you would not know by just chatting with them.
Okay.
And you really got to know the player.
Is that information available for the air, or is that kind of like?
No, I mean it was talking about what's important to them and their commitment to the community, and I mean it was just they would talk about their parents and just all of these other really interesting dynamics that you normally just don't pick up.
Well, that was quick work.
Wow.
Yeah, on scenes in Cote storm to that first set victory, and
yeah, that's a little surprising. We played against David George and Darryl White against Kansas City this morning, and they had 3 just absolutely phenomenal matches. Where it was just back and forth and long and exciting. So it was. This is a surprise, actually. A pleasant surprise, from my perspective.
You look very happy.
Yeah, I mean,
happy for you. We'll see if it turns around. We'll be right back here for Game 2. All right, quick turnaround, game 2. Here we go. Man,
Whoa.
what action. Cote, such a strong snap.
That's what we need to see out of Cote a little more aggressive, dominant play, as opposed to constantly resetting and trying to out-finesse someone.
Yeah, because he's got that ability.
Oh, yeah. You know, he was a great tennis player, and, you know, like 90% of these pickleball players, they came out of the tennis world.
Cote ranked 8th in the nation NAIA division in tennis. Also played college badminton in Canada. Yeah. His tennis was played at Greenland University. Head coach at Cornell College in tennis.
There it is. Yep.
And his energy seems to be contagious with Jaime. Jaime, you know, he doesn't show his emotion all that much on the court.
Yeah.
But I see more already playing with Patrick. Have you noticed that?
Oh, absolutely. It was interesting after this morning's session, and they lost their first match against Wyatt and George. And, you know, Jaime came up and said, you know, was talking about playing with Patrick because they have not played together a lot. And he said, Patrick and I have had a great conversation about how things had to change, not get better at your skills, just with tactical approach to them.
Okay.
And I've already seen how that conversation has changed, how Patrick is approaching the game, because Jaime doesn't need a lot of guidance, because he's such a good decision maker of when to be soft and when to go for the. See, there's Patrick right there. That's classic Patrick.
He's a wall.
He just.
And that deflected wide. Yeah. Jaime lets it fly. On scenes, a Brazilian former ATP pro. Career high in singles at 34 in the world, 22 in doubles. Reached the 1992 French Open round of 16. Also played in 2 Olympics, Barcelona 92, Sydney 2000 for Brazil. Coached the women's team to a bronze at the Tokyo Olympics. I mean, he's got 38 gold medals, Bob. We can go on and on.
Oh, yeah, it just doesn't end. You know, I've said this every time I've watched and commentated with Jaime, is that not only is his pedigree from a sports standpoint impeccable, but he is so humble. I mean, if he was sitting here, he would prefer you almost didn't say all those things you said about it, because he just...
Right, yeah. So modest.
He's so modest. You know, he's the Davis Cup coach for the Brazilian tennis team, the Olympic men's team right now for the Brazilian tennis team. I mean, you know, the old saying.
He'll be working with Fonseca, who is a tremendous young tennis player. Jaime's son Eric plays in the MLP for the Texas Ranchers. Oh, that's an Ernie ground stroke almost. You don't see that often. Look at Onscenes runs around it and just takes a ground stroke. Well, when you're 6'6" or 6'5", whatever he is, that helps.
You know, it's interesting. We have 2 players that have family in the MLP. You have Jaime's son is Eric, and then you have Heather Waters, whose niece.
Yeah,
you know, Annalise, you know, made a name for herself. You know.
Yeah, I think everybody's heard of her.
Yeah, right. Yeah, she's.
And then you've got Julie Johnson. Too.
Yeah, and then and the Boca team. Isn't Julie with Boca?
Which is now Palm Beach.
Or yes, exactly, Palm Beach.
So timeout on a frustrated Atlantic City side, because you know you talk about Bozidi. This guy's got quite a resume also. We're going to take a peek at line 3. We'll get to Bozidi, but over here with we got a game point for Suncoast as they
game point for Atlantic.
I think they've got it upside down.
Do they? Well,
here this scoreboard says Atlantic, but either way.
It looks like it's going to be a split.
It looks like it's going to be a split. That's the point. Yeah. And we'll go to the third game with Morneau and Edwards battling Bahugana and LaRocque. We'll stay on the split screen for game points.
You know, this is a classic example of where momentum, when you get out of sync, I don't care how good of a player you are, sometimes you just kind of roll your eyes because, you know, I have to admit our two players are not this much better. But it's just one of those dynamics that you just cherish because tomorrow could be another day.
Yeah, and I think lessons learned from this morning's match, as you pointed out, Bob, is bad news for this Atlantic City tandem right now. So we're going 3 sets over on line 3. We'll keep you abreast of the action there.
Yeah.
We'll tune our attention back over to court 1. You know, get back to Yusuf Bouzidi, who played tennis at Radford, also reached the top 10 in the nation in racquetball.
Oh.
U.S. Open champion in singles, in pickleball, national men's doubles champion. Currently #1 in APP in singles in this division. Big time player. Actually won doubles gold with Kotek playing the USA Pickleball,
that is why,
Pickleball
you know,
Nationals.
Yeah.
And played for the Moroccan national team for tennis. Uncharacteristically, Patrick usually win those.
Oh yeah,
slow
whenever
stuff
he
battle.
when he misses a dinking competition, I just goes to show we're all pretty human. Look at that.
Oh, that backhand counter, forget.
Holy smoke.
Wenger can't believe it.
You know, it's interesting. Prior to our training camp, I was out playing. I was actually playing against Jaime, okay? And I thought I had him just stoked on a shot. And it came back to me faster than it went towards him. And I said, how did you know? And he said, I was watching your eyes. And I said, all of a sudden I realized, oh, at that level, it's just a whole different.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, he said, I knew where you're going. He said, I was watching your eyes. And I said, so you knew before I did. You know, he just smiled.
ATP gets paid.
Yeah, hit the post.
Well, when you get a presence like Jaime on the sidelines and he's giving advice to his teammates, that's got to be a major advantage for your club.
Yeah, he's taken this is the third year I've been blessed to have Jaime on the team, and he's really taking a leadership role. I asked him, I said, because every time we would ask Jaime, who do you want to play with? He says, I can play with anybody. And I said, that's not the question. Because he is so kind, and he doesn't want to make anyone feel bad. And I said, if you were the coach of the Olympic team of tennis, and you asked a player who they want to play with, and they said, I'll play with anyone. I said, how would you handle it? He said, I'd tell him who he was going to play with. Yeah.
And I said, that's what I want from you.
Yeah, I said, I need to have you take that dogmatic, informative kind of posture and then help people understand why you have this selection.
Well, it's got to feel good for Yosef. He'll hop in his stat now. A mountain to climb for the Aces. Watch out.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, you get the reach like Jaime. He's 7 feet in the kitchen. And Onsine's wingspan, it's got to be close to that. That's a gimme for you.
Jaime just turned around.
He turned around.
Yeah, he said, this is a preservation mode.
There you go. Right. I'll take it on the backside. Nice try by Wenger there.
Wow. Wow.
Magical. What a sequence.
You just don't want to let them get their momentum, because the tide does turn. It's not a one-hill climb and you're done.
Yeah, we see that time and time again. You think a match is over. One team dominating.
Yep.
But you could sense Aces building a little encouragement there. They run off 3 straight.
See, Patrick has, this is the second time I've seen him have a little tightness, I'll call it.
Wow, big time drop there by Jaime.
That's a big point. When your opponent is at 10, you just feel the pressure. 9, you feel you always have a little latitude.
Well, it also breaks that 3-point run.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
Jaime typically will connect on that.
Yeah. He's smiling, though. He knows.
Yeah. Is that a grimace or a smile? Yeah. Something in between. It's a good look for Bouzidi. He hasn't had that many good looks. And when they're not coming to you, sometimes you finally get it and you're jumping out of your shoes. Try to get those 6 points all on 1 point sometime.
Yep.
For the match.
Yep.
There it is. Too good.
Well, it was. It was a case where Jaime and Patrick were just too good today. Tomorrow's another day.
11-2, 11-4. They're going to be too good many days.
Yes. Okay, I'm going to bow and check out.
All right.
Really appreciate it.
Thanks for coming on. We'll have the victorious team for the post-match interview coming your way next. All right, impressive victory. Cote on scenes. I mean, this is looks to me, watching one match, a match made in heaven. A little different story this morning, Bob has said. What did you guys learn from this morning? Patrick, I'll start with you.
Well, I'm not sure about if it's about learning, really. I think all of our opponents are so good, and Daryl and David, it's actually my second year in a row playing them in the very first match of the whole season, which is cool. But they're a big battler, and they just played an awesome match. And then Youssef and Ben are great players, and I just don't think they played too good. Maybe they had too much of a lunch. Maybe they had an extra sandwich and it hurt them. But they're very, very good, and you have to respect them. It was just not their day this afternoon.
Yeah, you guys went on a roll, Jaime. Patrick known as with the great hands and the resets. How do you feel the combination of this team is working for you?
No, I think it's good. I think it's second time playing together.
Oh, is that all?
Yeah, it's the second time playing together, and I know Patrick for many years from the tournaments, and I know what he likes to do, and he knows what I like to do as well. And I think it's a good combination. When I need to be aggressive, I know that he's going to be there, and same thing. So we trust each other. So that's what I think that match was really what about.
And Patrick brings an immense amount of energy. How does that complement your game? I know Bob was also talking about how he wants you to in more of a leadership role this year.
Yeah, I think Patrick, I know he's intense, and I'm more calm. So I think that's a good combination as well, because if you have two calm guys, maybe it's not good. If you have two intense guys, maybe not good. So I think we kind of get together, and it's a good combination. And, I like to this team environment. I really like it, and I know we're going to have a good season.
Patrick, you've got so many skills, and Bob was saying he wants you to look for your offense more. You're playing with Jaime, one of maybe the best player at this age group in the world. What is your strategy teaming up with Jaime?
Well, the first thing I'd say is it's amazing to play with Jaime. Jaime, of course, because for the last 3 years I've seen him play, and he's just a beast. He never gives anything away. He's really, really hard to beat. So it's actually very comforting for me, just because my game is smooth. So I really do combine with a player that plays and moves and just play an excellent down ball the whole day. So I think we do complement each other, and personally I know I have to counter and be just a tiny bit more aggressive, but I don't really need to also try too hard, because my trying hard is really focusing on the precision of my dink. If I keep the ball low all day and I limit my mistake, I think we'll do just a great job, and he's going to just pick up all the garbage that's up, and he's going to finish him up. So it makes my life easy, and I can really sneak into my right corner and just be ready for my backhand, which is my best shot, and it combines really well with his long arms and coverage in the center.
One last question, Jaime. Now part of the MLP, you got your son playing, Eric, who's been outstanding. How does it feel to be part of the same league? And one more follow-up is, have you guys gotten to play doubles together much?
No, I wish we could play together, but it's awesome. It's awesome. I saw, the ranges was there this morning. I'll be honest, I got a bit nervous when I saw the whole team over there. I say, that's awesome, because I love to watch Eric, and when he had the opportunity to watch me, it's a long time that he doesn't watch me playing. It's always good to have your family here, your son, and he's having so much fun, and he's doing so well. So I'm really proud of him.
Awesome.
One more thing I want to add to this. I think it's beautiful, because of course when you have family and you're all in there, it's just like the energy is just so great. And for me as a partner, Jaime, I love it because he's so inspired. Like, I have a daughter too, and then when she's there, it's like, you just feel some more skin in the game, like you really want to show what you can do. And I love that. I can tell. He's like, hey, my son's going to be there. It's going to be awesome. It gets me pumped. I'm already very pumped, but I'm even more pumped when I see this guy looking at his son and just being encouraged by his presence. I think it's amazing.
I can relate too. I love it too. And Jaime, tell me this: do you still get nervous watching Eric play?
Not really, because
okay.
I know the difference. When I'm watching him, I'm his father, and I used to watch him, college tennis, his coach, and now I have the role of father, which I love it. And my wife get a bit more nervous. I control a little bit myself. I always try to send him a positive energy.
All right, great job, guys. Thanks for visiting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And what a view from Grant Park, Millennium Park, and up Lakeshore Drive there in the Windy City of Chicago. We're out on the North Shore at Lifetime North Shore in Northbrook. Live look in here. Some extended bonus coverage, line 3. We've got Edwards and Morneau 2 points away from a 3-set victory, and a chest shot over the net does not count. This isn't soccer or football, as you might call it, as they're taking on Bahugana and LaRoque. We'll confirm that that score is correct. Got it at 9-8 there. 9-8, yeah, 9-8 Atlantic City as we update it. So Pelicans trying to tie. Possession back over to Atlantic City. Bahugana and LaRoque. Yeah, I believe it is now 10-8 Atlantic City. We'll flip that score for you. So the Aces have a match point on the far side. Incredible defense to fight off a couple of attacks, but Suncoast remains alive. Morneau receiving at 10-8-2. And there it is as Vinay Bahugana closes the deal for Atlantic City. And that will bring the Aces to within 1 in the team battle. 3-2 Suncoast with the lead. We will try to take a peek in on line 2, where they're coming down the stretch. Great work by our crew here at Laurent Media Productions. Spencer Laurent, Nick Rumpel. And that falls in. Paul Salmela and Christian Wilton going up against Chris Grower and Matthew Troyer. Five-eight Aces serving in the third. Chris Wilton, former college hockey player, Gustavus Adolphus College in Minnesota. Captain of his hockey team, played in the NCAA tournament. Paul Salmela, veteran of the league. Pulls that wide. Matt Troyer. There's a lot of work for former NPL and Champions Series Pickleball. And now 9-6 Suncoast. 2 points away as we get a timeout from Atlantic City. We'll talk it over. And we'll pause and be right back. Extended coverage here with line 2. 9-6 Pelicans. Nice speed up from Wilton. Grower serving. Hall of Fame tennis player out of Vanderbilt. Aces keeping their hopes alive. Possession back to Atlantic City. The Aces team in support, climbing back in this match. Hoping to tie up the team battle, which the Pelicans lead 3-2. Atlantic City lost numerous 3-set matches in the team battle this morning against Seattle. We're going to turn their fortunes around this afternoon. Troyer executes the Ernie. Atlantic City was hopeful, but it was deep. Pelicans with the serve. Still in search of those final 2 points. Wilton with a put away. One point away. Troyer serving on 2. And there it is. Suncoast wraps it up in 3. 11-8. Grower and Troyer able to secure the victory. That makes it 4-2 Suncoast. We'll be back with more action on Championship Court coming your way shortly.
seconds. Game 1. Time in. 0-0-2.
And Wenger able to put that one away to begin this match. Chris Kargis, Chris Grower for the Pelicans. Jill Bellier, who was so impressive in the opening match here, playing with Sherry Quarter, teaming up with Benjamin Wenger. Grower coming off a long three-setter victory, which put this Pelican side ahead 4-2 in the team battle against the Aces. Nice little hybrid ball there by Grower. Directed perfectly. Yeah, Chris, pro tennis career is top 400 in singles, top 250 in doubles. Played the Wimbledon and Australian Open qualifiers. Vanderbilt All-American back in '96 in the Vanderbilt Hall of Fame. Inducted back in 2010, two-time academic All-American. The guy does it all. And Chris Kargis, veteran of the league, such a tremendous asset to Champions Series Pickleball. Out of Knoxville, Tennessee. Bellier lands it. A gorgeous lob. We saw that in her first match, teaming up with Quarter. 2-1-2. Carr just fights that off. Three, 1-2 Aces. Yeah, that catches the back of the line. Fair call by Wenger. Nods his head yes. Good touch by Grower. Welcome in Adam Painter. Let's start that over, Adam. We'll get your mic queued up. But now on the board of managers as well, Adam. Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Great to be back for another season. Formerly NPL, now Champions Series Pickleball. So quite a crowd here today across the facility, and just some outstanding matches so far. Great to see people going head-to-head and doing battle again.
Bellier again with those lobs, picking them up off her shoelaces and landing them. But Adam, yeah, this transition to Champions Series Pickleball, we had B. Lee, Brian Levine talk about it this morning, but your impression of what it means to this age group. What a shot by Wenger with the backhand, ATP, remarkable highlight film stuff from the southpaw.
Nice shot. Just had to hesitate there for a second. Hit the net cord, and he was patient and wrapped it around. Nice shot. Yeah, no, the first impression being here today and really integrated with the Open Pro players, it's been outstanding so far. A lot of energy by the players, a lot of great battles, and I know that they're anxious to see some of the Open Pro players as well. So as they finish their team battles over the next couple of days, hopefully they'll have an opportunity to catch some Open Pro matches. So first impression, very good. Beautiful facility here at Lifetime. I've heard nothing but favorable comments about the surface and the facility so far. So great first event so far.
Yeah, and the Lifetime ball, right? Players seem very enthusiastic about that. How about Bellier?
Yeah, Lifetime ball. first time for the lifetime ball. I know that there's been a lot of migration playing with this ball away from other brands, and it's picked up a lot of momentum and market share, and certainly plays fast indoors. As you just saw by Jill putting that ball away.
What a get by Bellier, and that one's not coming back. As Grower says, what does it take, right? to get one by Jill Bellier. She can cover court.
Yeah, very athletic player. This is the first time I've seen Jill play. Very athletic, and really some nice strokes. First time seeing Ben as well. Of course, he's got a great drive. He's just all there. Likes to put a lot of topspin on it, but really was able to pass Chris pretty easily there.
Yeah, he can bring the smoke, can he? It didn't work so well against the backhand volley of Onsines earlier.
Yeah, their counterattacks were outstanding in that match. But here you've got a big drive by Chris Grower, a teammate of mine. Had an opportunity to see him for the first time in Naples a couple of weeks ago during the player camp, and outstanding player, big drive.
Yeah,
loves to put pace on
that serve. He's questioning, but it did appear like it just missed that center line. He's got a big-time tennis background, Adam.
Yeah, I don't know a lot about his background, but you have a lot more information than I do on his background. Just getting to know Chris, but wonderful person, great player, and as he returns to health, he had some injuries last year, so as he returns to health in this season, we expect big things from his game.
Yeah, Bob Stroman mentioned he's getting back to 100%. What a save by Wenger. That one's not coming back.
Surprising get, outstanding get. I mean, Ben just does not quit. He gives 110% so far and doesn't let up. But Chris, he's a big guy. He's going to put those away if you leave it up high.
There comes the heat. You got to be ready for it. I mean, that's probably going to sail along, but the question is, can you get out of the way?
Yeah, he's got a lot of pace on it. He's got some top spin, but I think in that case, I think Chris, hard time getting out of the way of that ball.
So you are slated for the Masters division, which is hard to believe the shape that you're in, man. But so are you're going to play Premier when needed? Is that the plan? Or?
If I have an opportunity, I'd certainly be glad to step in if we've got an injured player. Happy to help out. We do have a few other players on the Masters teams, on the Master team for Suncoast, that players that are able to step in and help out when needed. We've got Mark Wilder able to help. We've got John Moore and Dean Packard, all players willing to help out if there's an injured 50 players. I think it's a great plan to have that Masters division in the event of injury, because you don't have any subs in the Premier League or 50s division. So we'll see how that plays out. I mean, at the board level, we're certainly watching that closely and evaluating the effectiveness of that and the utilization of a 60s player to play 50s. But I think those teams, there are 9 60 teams out of the 16 Premier teams. So you've got 9 teams with immediately can pull a substitute player in if needed from the 60s roster.
And that sounds like an advantage.
Could be an advantage. Yeah.
7-1-1.
That's a big time slice that Grower possesses. Wide. You watch in amazement at Bellier's footwork and balance. It's one thing to get to the ball, but then to be able to set up and hit quality shots at him, that's a different, that's the next level, right?
It looks to me like she does like the ball off the bounce. She likes to take that half or step back and take it off the bounce. And that's enabled her to be very, very consistent. She's taking very, very few balls out of the air right now, but very consistent. And she's got outstanding footwork. I think a lot of that has to do with her athleticism. Outstanding athleticism.
Well, it's all Atlantic City right now, 9-1. Suncoast in the lead in the team battle 4-2. We'll check, quick look at the other courts on this line. Line 2, It's a quick start for Dorman and Morneau, 11-0. So they pickle them.
Yeah, that's
Galwis and Wilton in game one.
Yeah, that's a great matchup there. Very competitive matchup, but the score certainly doesn't indicate that. 11-0 first game. Incredible start for Suncoast.
Yeah, 3-2 in the second, so that we could see a turnaround there. Galwis and Wilton, and then quick check of line 3. Suncoast took that as well. LeBlanc and Edwards over Garcia Miller and LaRoque. As game 2 getting started over there.
I know that Melissa and Brad had a little rough start this morning, so nice to see them bounce back and hopefully take this match. Looks like they've got a good start in the first game.
It's just tremendous defense from Bellier because Carr just looked like she had an advantage there. The defense able to set up Wenger.
Yeah, Chris, I had an opportunity to see in Naples, and of course I've seen her play in the past. Outstanding player, one of the most consistent players for a female that I've seen. She's outstanding off the bounce, can reset the ball extremely well. So this is a good matchup here, even though the score is, there's some separation in the score, still having some good points.
Carr just looks to be in tremendous shape. Former All-American tennis star at Kentucky. And that Wenger drive coming from the left side, tough to handle as Atlantic City wraps up game 1. We'll be back for the second. We'll see if Suncoast can flip the momentum. Up next. And welcome back to Windy City. This is Champions Series Pickleball. We're on the North Shore at Lifetime North Shore Sports and Racket in Northbrook. Quick look around again as we go back to line 2. Galwis and Wilton able to turn around a pickleball. You see that often after getting pickled in the first. They lead at 6-3 in the second over Dorman and Morneau. And line 3, that's a tight one, but Pelicans in command at the moment, 11-7 and 4-2 in the second for LeBlanc and Edwards over Garcia Miller and LaRoque. That one flies deep.
Yeah, if Chris could manage maybe just getting out of the way of that ball, that might actually work. It's a good strategy to have against the swing of and stroke of Ben. I mean, he's putting a ton of pace. He does have some top, but Chris may want to lay off some of those.
Yeah, how do you prepare yourself? Because he comes right at the body with such speed. You tell yourself, okay, I'm going to duck out of the way.
I think you look at the backswing and the shoulders and see what they plan on doing. Like even in the case of that ball, big swing.
I thought both of those might have gone deep. Oop. Taylor took his eye off it.
Incredible get by Ben. He's getting to some balls that you wouldn't expect. I mean, he's working his way around the court very well. And of course, Jill, I think Jill must be motivating him and incenting him to motor around the court.
That drops wide. I'm still looking at all three courts here. Now, the overall team battle at 4-2 Pelicans. And Grover trying to loosen up that leg. Payne, I know he's battling back from some injuries.
Yeah, Ben's been tough in the middle. I mean, he's closing pretty quickly. I think he's anticipating well and is able to capitalize on that a few times.
And that lands. Pellier. Here at Championship Court. Nice look around the building here. Lifetime North Shore. Grover coming off a long match. Long three-setter just before having to come on here at Championship.
Yeah, they had a tight one in the third. I think it was 11-8. They pulled that one out, Matt Troyer and Chris. So good win, but he may have paid for it a little bit coming into this match.
Takes its toll, huh? See him hobbling after that. Well, you may be able to have to get loose at him.
5-0-1.
That deflected wide.
I have a lot of confidence in Chris. I know he's had a few unforced errors here, but I do have a lot of confidence in him. Maybe they can figure out a few maybe rework their strategy a little bit and figure out some things like they're good. They pulled Ben wide on the backhand side, keep him out of the middle. He likes to clean up the middle. So
0-5-1.
Bellier able to maneuver around that, give herself some space to extend, punish.
yeah, now that I've seen Jill play a little bit, she has a extensive amount of power. You wouldn't think that because she plays off the bounce a lot at the net. Long hits. She likes those longer dink rallies. She probably thinks that she can outlast some of her opponents. But she does have power when she needs it.
Played tennis at Texas, the Longhorns. The combination of her and Corder, I mean, it looks like it's going to be unbeatable. Timeout Pelicans. Searching for some hope here. And you wonder where they'll go at. I mean, you mentioned trying to get to the backhand of Wenger.
Yeah.
Seems like
Keep
the way,
him out
if
of the,
you can.
He
right?
likes to close middle, so he's trying to anticipate middle ball, and he does close quickly. But I think you got to work him. You got to work him back to his backhand side. Get away from some of that power.
So look at Ben. Played his college tennis at Tulane.
Looks like they just called the match. I think Chris, obviously, visibly, you could see that he was, struggling a little bit, reaching for some balls. Didn't really jump on the lob that was hit, so you could tell he's really struggling. Hitting an overhead where you have to jump and make contact, and then even balls on the forehand, backhand side, having to reach for those balls looked a little painful, and he was wincing. So that's too bad that he had to default that match, but obviously he knows his limitations, so it's the right thing to do. And hopefully he can regroup for tomorrow and get things together, maybe get some rest and rest up his body and come back and play tomorrow. If not, there'll be a couple of other guys waiting to jump in there and help out.
Yeah, hopefully get some ice and feel better, Chris Crower. But so Bellier and Wenger take it, and we'll see if we can visit with them before the next match on here on Championship Court. Thanks for stopping by, Adam Painter, and always welcome.
Well,
continue.
Always great to see you and help out as much as I can, and I'll be around for the whole season. I'm typically going to be coming in early for the Masters matches, but staying later for the Premier matches, because typically for other events those will be on Saturday and Sunday. So hopefully I can come back and visit with you and do some more commentating and help out as much as I can.
All right, you're locked in, man.
All right.
Okay.
Have a good day. Good to see you again.
Atlantic City cashing in mixed with Wenger and Bellier. You get to play with two lefties, Quarter and now Ben.
I know. I'm lucky. My husband's a lefty and one of my sons, so I'm used to them. Southpaws.
Benjamin, what's it like? You got Bellier covering essentially end to end, up front and back. Take the pressure off you?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like you're telling me I didn't move at all.
I saw that one get you got. It was highlight.
No, you really impressed Painter. He said, wait a minute, this Wenger's all over the court too.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's
okay.
right.
So it didn't have anything to do with you.
No, she's
He's
a great.
the new wheels. You saw that one in the back. I thought the point was over, and
she gave up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She quit on me.
Is that her influence?
Yeah,
I got to motor around like.
when he can find me, I'm a little short. He looks for me.
No, she's a great partner. It's been fun. First time playing together, so takes a
kidding.
little while. Yep.
Look like you've been playing together for decades.
At least
have a quick feel.
That sounds familiar.
I think we said that about you and Sherry. You hadn't played together either. Oh well, you're a power player, right, Ben? I mean that drive is enormous.
When you don't want to chase another ball, you hit hard.
How's the back feeling? You said it was or am I not supposed to give that away?
No,
day to day.
It's fine. I'm day to day.
Yeah.
She inspired me. She gave me her little relax her gun thing and put it in my back, and it's like brand new.
Can we take that out?
It was a knee in the back.
It was a knee. It was if you want to play with me again, you're going to run. So I ran.
He told me going into it, he said, hey, I'm going to give 110%. Don't worry about it. And that's what helped.
That's all you can do.
Right. So, but it's got to make your life a little easier playing it with this type of power, though.
Yes, no, for sure. I get to slide into my corner, and I'm one of those women that is totally fine with him taking 95% of the court. I get the accolades the same.
So that drive, it's not only pedal to the metal. You're bringing that velocity. It's so difficult to get out of the way of it. I mean, you understand that's part of your strategy is just
aiming for the center.
Yeah, just daring people. Let's see if we can get out of the way of this.
When it works, it works.
It was
when
working.
it doesn't, it looked like the game before.
Well, what was it like going against Onscenes? Because you were bringing him heat, and with that backhand counter, probably the best in the world at that.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't play very smart. That's half of it. And, you know, when you some games you just don't get a rhythm, and it sucks.
Yeah, well,
we'll get him back.
Jaime could do that to you, right?
No, we'll get him back. We'll get him back one of these days.
Chemistry feeling good for the team?
No, definitely. I think with Ben and I being new to the league, seeing people one or two times is going to help us because we don't know, like, their strengths and weaknesses yet.
Got it. All right. Great job, guys.
Thank you.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Visiting.
Awesome.
Welcome back to Lifetime North Shore. Suncoast and Atlantic City battling. It's been a good one. Pelicans just took a 5-3 team battle lead as they wrapped up line 3. LeBlanc and Edwards, 11-7, I believe 11-9 in the second over Garcia Miller and LaRoque. And now here on championship court, Heather Iffert and Jaime Onsines against Sherry Corder, Yosef Bozidi. They know not to test Jaime. You go at him with pace. The backhand counter of all the phenomenal shots that Onsines possesses. He says his favorite shot is the backhand counter attack. And that's a better choice to attack. One 1-0-2. This should be a tremendous match. Good lead there. Atlantic City Aces flag is flying. Strong serve from Yosef. Draws the return there. We're tied at 1-on-2. Terrific dig by Corder. Sets up the air. Jaime with that long reach. Corder, that's Jaime just nodding his head, yes. With a two-hander right down the line, painting it. Just wider and wider. Iffert pushes Corder off the court. Great control, paddle work by Heather. Miscommunication. That's one time you know, the male is going to be aggressive going towards his forehand, but with Sherry Corder out there, her forehand big time weapon against anybody. Ozidi with the backhand swat. Two, 3-1. That's a shot, even if Corder makes it, you want to speed up right at Onsines. Tied at 3. Good quick switch there by the Pelicans. Yeah, here on scene saying drop it. As it bounces wide. Backhands in the middle for the Aces. It hits the back of the line, and then quarter finishes. Can't lob it any better than that. Well done by the Moroccan magician. That time it sails deep. Bozidi had the range on the first lob. 5-3-2. Quarter checking the paddle as that slid off, slicing wide. Perfect lob again, this time off the paddle, a quarter deep into the corner. Nice effort by Iffert. Not over Jaime with his length. You see the fist pump. My own scenes. Take another look. Quick step back and forget it. All set up by the defense by Iffert, as Jaime credited. A quick read by Mozidi. He was all over that. Four in the team battle. Six, 4-1. Miss hit there. And Iffert sets up Jaime again, and her ball movement has been superb. Going behind Bozidi, keeping him planted. They hit behind on scenes. Second serve coming up for the Pelicans, up 4. Bozidi thought he had an advantage going behind on scenes, but that backhand just so formidable.
9-4-2, 1 minute.
Timeout Aces with the Pelicans up 9-4-2. Another action at line 2. We've got Leslie Bernard and Patrick Cote taking on Natasha Linton and Paul Salmala. Line 3 coming up. Heather Waters teaming up with Matt Troyer, taking on Cindy Kresh and Vinay Bahugana. Couple matches coming down the wire. We'll update you around the venue here. Afternoon action. Day 1. Palm Beach and Indy. That's a good one, locked up at 4. Las Vegas, the headliners, leading the Tsunami of Seattle 4-2. Coachella Valley, after being defeated by the Drivers this morning, punishing the Kansas City Stingers 8-2. Defending champs. Timeout, side out. Rositi eliminates the hat after the timeout, but does not change the luck of the Aces. 9-4-1. Yeah, good spot there for the speed up. A quarter right into the left hip of Iffert. Shiny cat-like quickness. Game point. Rositi all the way off of the court with range. Possession back over to the Aces, down 6. That one flies deep. Frustration for Quarter. They're giving a couple serves away. And another one. Head scratching time for the Aces. Game point again for the Pelicans. On scene closing, on scenes finishing. 11-4, Pelicans in the first. 5-4 in the team battle. Game 2 here. And again, in the format for Champions Series Pickleball. First team to win 7. Clinches the team battle. That pushed wide. Monsign's has been dominant in his performances here on championship court. Effort really a nice compliment to Jaime, so steady. You're going up against the steadiness of an effort, the quality, capability of an on-scenes. It tends to force the opponent to try to do too much. Oh, boy, Jaime can't believe it. Quarter beat him down the line. I think Jaime started to lean middle. Quarter, one of those unique players that does possess that ability to go at on scenes. And snap away for the winner. And it's set up by the wall that Ifford has built defensively. 201. Oh, that hit Ifford. Monsign's over there to check on his partner. Pinballing off Heather. That was a full swing shot, too, off of the paddle of Jaime. Monsign's all the way over and connecting. It was do or die at that point because the court was wide open. .302. Efforts, drops have been superb. Good ball by Youssef. Side out aces. Another service there. It's almost become contagious for this Aces team here in this match. And characteristically, big time pace from Uzidi. First point on the scoreboard. This Buzidi and Quarter are certainly capable of a comeback here. Let's string points together in bunches. Effort sure to get out of the way of that, and Monsign's got what he wanted. Could not convert. And here come the aces. 3 quick ones. Right back in it. authoritative connection there by Iffert. Rositi asking himself why. Aces with the backhands in the middle now, with Rositi on the right.
Second serve.
5-3-2. Game 2. Quarter surprise Jaime going right at him with a two-hander. Back to it in one. Waters and Troyer have a game point in line 3 over Crush and Bahugana in the first. We're tied at 5 here in the second, with the team battle sitting at 5-4 Suncoast. Quarter hammers that down. Good to hear Sherry say, great setup. First lead of the match for Atlantic City. Joseph wondering how he missed that one. That's just outstanding defense from Iffert, fighting that off. And not that time. Porter's been able to get Jaime a couple times in this game. Tied at 6. And just deep as that paddle dropped by Buziti in frustration. Yosef's timing just a hair off. Big forehand is volleyed back deep. Timeout Aces. With the Pelicans up 8-6 on the first serve. And we'll take a brief break. Quarter encouraging Yosef Azidi out of the timeout. And it worked. So 8-6-2. Sherry's been vocal in this match, trying to encourage Bozidi. That's in. Just remarkable placement by Iffert. And then the touch by Onsines. Nine, 6-2. Onsines all the way over for the big finish. To earn his team a match point here. Lobbing over Onsines, dangerous. They won't survive that one. Jaime Onsines, Heather Iffert, outstanding performance in a two-game sweep of Quarter and Bozidi. 11-4, 11-6. That makes it 6-4 Pelicans. Meanwhile, at line 2, Bernard and Cote taking on Linton and Salmala. That match pretty much just underway. Line 3, Waters and Troyers took game 1, 11-5. Kresh and Bahugana jump out in the lead in game 2. Suncoast one victory away from a team battle win. They lead it now 6-4. Atlantic City would need 2 more match victories to tie it at 6 and send it to a team breaker. As you see Suncoast celebrating the win here on Championship Court. And we'll keep you appraised on the other 2 courts after this break from Lifetime. So live action covering court 2 here. We've got game 3. Suncoast has wrapped up the team battle at 7-4, but we got a good one with Cote, Leslie Bernard for Suncoast, coming back from a deficit to force this third game against Linton and Salmela. Natasha with the Tsunami last year, Seattle's regular season crown. They won last season in the MPL. Salmela able to finish down the line, so Atlantic City with the early lead in the third. Patrick Cote, who we saw play alongside on scenes here in Championship Court, teaming up with Leslie Bernard. Off of the edge of Cote's paddle there, Leslie out of Bonita Springs, Florida, former tennis player at Rutgers and Hollins University. Did a ton of tennis coaching as well, former Old Dominion Athletic Conference Coach of the Year. Her son JB's doing a little coaching at Florida Atlantic University in Boca Raton after a stellar playing career. Her son Alexander Bernard, top tier tennis player as well at Ohio State. So Atlantic City jumping out in front as they've done in all 3 games. It took a fierce comeback from Suncoast to force this third. Great support by both teams. Again, this team battle has been decided. Suncoast has reached that lucky number 7 to clinch the match to team battle. Last match of the day. Off the attack of Cote, the defense pushes that wide. Tremendous opening day for the 2026 season. The Champions Series Pickleball. MLP Open Play taking place simultaneously in the other wing of this facility, Lifetime North Shore. Big crowds throughout the venue all day in both wings. Maybe a little more tougher ticket over on the other side of the building. Natasha Linton, athletic family. Oldest son Carlos played football freshman year at Denison. Middle son Marco playing lacrosse at Air Force. And Natasha's daughter looking to play golf at a Southern school. All your recruiters out there in the South. Leslie Bernard receiving here with her partner Cote. A stab volley by Cote getting the baseline. It's a great view of this wing of the venue here, Lifetime North Shore in suburban Northbrook. And the other wing contains the main court, stadium court for MLP Open, and the grandstand court. And who's going to speed up? It was Linton. A long, methodical rally. Unable to bury it there. Cote's overhead slam. The Pelicans staying patient, almost baiting Atlantic City to speed it up or try something offensive. They change hands at 6-4 in the third. Again, every match counts. And the team battle goes to Suncoast, but each match is totaled up for points or potential seeding and championship weekend. Which will be in Dallas this year, the end of October into early November. Now we'll be in Dallas a couple weeks from now, the second event of the 2026 campaign. Salmala attacking the high ball. And again, almost a replay there. Side out aces and very even matchup. Dropper of beauty off of the paddle of Cote. Those soft hands. A deliberate play has benefited Suncoast. This time, staying with it, securing the point. It's Atlantic City. The long points continue in this one. Johnny on scenes and company looking on. Six, 5-1. Both teams searching for offense, any seam to attack. Two-handed punch attack from Cote surprised Linton after a remarkable dig from Leslie Bernard to keep the point alive. Back and forth we go. Number of consecutive holds. And there's that looping, lobbing serve. But you can draw some airs. Cote will try it again. Salmela shouting out, no, leave it. 7-5-2. Cote all the way over, landing the lob. And somehow Salmela, what a shot. Deep from the corner, up the line. Nailing the opposite corner. Cote challenge. Call stands, 6-7. good look there for Linton. Just missed it. Linton nearly saved it. The scorpion-like smash from Cote. The intensity of Patrick Cote. Backhand put away. Cote. Eight, 6-1. Well done by Linton there, going behind Patrick. Cote looking to be aggressive, assert himself. More Linton. 2 times behind him. And they get the break and the side out. Quality return on the stretch. That slice dropping quickly. Tough ball to pick up for Salmela. And goodbye. Second serve. Not going to get that one back. Points at a premium. Neither team can string together much offense. Atlantic City back to within 1. Which team will break loose here? Cote again aggressively reaching in. We're tied at 8. The Aces look on. Cote smashes that. Linton had to walk across 2 courts to retrieve that ball. We're tied at 8. Didn't wear her out. Able to come back and win the next point. Surrender the serve immediately and back to the Aces. Will now try to take the lead. It trailed 8-6. 2 points on the last service possession. Can the Pelicans bust loose here, locked up at 8, create some offensive opportunities for themselves? Oh, what a shot by Salmela. He's got good quickness. Able to track those lobs effectively. Back to the lob. Now the Aces' opportunity. Both teams waiting in anticipation. Final match of the first day's session. Defense continues to dominate in this match. Second serve at 8. Now there's a point. Aces break the tie. Number straight 11 here in Champions Series Pickleball. Remarkable defense from Cote. Wow. Timeout at 9-8. So a point out of the timeout, and we are at 9. On first serve. Was it called? It was. Leslie called it out. This is a virtual scoring barrage. 2 points in a row. And we've got a match point, 10-9-1. Cross-court dinking battle. Who will crack first? Ooh, speed up by Linton. Precarious. Bernard's got a good two-hander out of the air. Got it low enough. 10-9-2. And Linton again. On the break. Both teams chanting. And that's out. And now match point for the Aces. Cote. And Suncoast survive one. Ten, 10-2. And Suncoast gets it back. They will serve for another match point. They fight off 2 potential match points for the Aces. Linton again catches Cote. Cheating middle. Drops it behind him for the winner. Who wants it? 10-10-2. Going behind Cote. It's been a winning strategy for the Aces that they get it back, serving for their 3rd match point. That was wide, and that'll do it. Atlantic City survives a marathon match to close the day, winning it 11-10. This gives the Aces something to celebrate as Suncoast takes the team battle 7-5 over Atlantic City. So the first day in the books here at Champions Series Pickleball from Lifetime North Shore. We'll be back tomorrow for more action. Day 2 should be a good one. Great first day of action back here at the 2026 season. Tomorrow live at 8:30 a.m. Central Time. The Pelicans take it 7-5 in this team battle. Thanks for watching, everybody. We will see you in the morning from Lifetime North Shore from Northbrook, Illinois.